Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another watch-along live stream on the Dibbly-Dobbly podcast. We're back after a long break of a few weeks. We're back live streaming again on the podcast. And thanks, everyone, for joining us tonight as we watch along and discuss the first T20 of two between Australia and the West Indies from the Gold Coast at Carrara Stadium. And it's going to be an interesting series, a short series, as both teams prepare for the T20 World Cup. And it's not long to go until the tournament actually starts. And it's going to be an exciting T20 World Cup, that's for sure. So Australia and the West Indies tonight, first of two games here at Carrara Stadium on the Gold Coast. Australia versus the West Indies. An important series for both teams. And in terms of their preparation leading into the T20 World Cup, which is starting in a few weeks from now. So let's recap what's happened. The toss has taken place and Australia have won the toss, and they're going to choose, they've chosen to bowl first tonight. No surprises there. Let's have a look at the 11s from both teams selected today. We'll start with Australia's 11. Warner, Green, Mitchell, Marsh, Finch, Maxwell, David, Wade, Cummins, Starc, Zampa and Hazelwood. Looks a pretty strong team. Steve Smith not playing tonight. Aaron Finch has decided to bat at number 4, where Steve Smith usually bats. So Smith at number 4. Green to still open following the India series and the success he had on that tour. So he will be opening the batting for this series against the West Indies. David Warner back into the side, opening the batting at the top of the order. If you ask me, that looks like a pretty good team. Let's have a look at the West Indies team. And their team is King, Mayers, Charles, Puran, Powell, Holder, Smith, Arifa, Kaya, Joseph, and Cottrell. So that's the 11 that the West Indies have selected for tonight's first T20 against Australia. Also, let's have a look at the on-field umpires and third umpire, fourth umpire, and match referee for tonight's game. So our on-field umpires are Donovan Kosh, Sam Nagoski. Third umpire is Philip Gillespie. Fourth umpire, Sean Craig, and match referee, Bob Stratford. So that's our umpiring officiating team for tonight's first T20 of this series. So we're moments away from starting, but pretty good team that Australia selected tonight. Bit of a surprise that Cameron Green's still opening the batting. I thought Aaron Finch would open tonight, but he's decided to bat at number 4. Therefore, Steve Smith is left out of the side, and Cameron Green will open the batting with David Warner. I can't wait to see what Cameron Green can do in the run chase when we begin very shortly. Thanks for everyone joining us. Both teams are ready to sing the national anthems, of course, before we get this first game of this short series underway, as both teams prepare for the T20 World Cup, as I said, which will start on October the 16th, which is in a few weeks from now. Hello, Gaming Crab. Thanks for joining us. Hope you're well. You say, love the hairstyle. Thank you. Well, I had my hair cut since the last time I was on. Thanks for noticing that. Great to see you here. So the West Indies will be batting first after Australia won the toss, chose the bowl first. And going to be a tough series and a tough World Cup for the West Indies. Haven't been playing well of late in T20 cricket. For Australia, defending champions, they look pretty strong. And tonight's team looks pretty strong. So it's going to be interesting to see how the West Indies approach this first innings here at Carrara Stadium, which is Metricon Stadium at the Gold Coast, which is hosted a previous men's T20 international before. That was between Australia and South Africa. That was back in 2018-19. South Africa won that series won that match by 21 runs on Duckworth-Lewis method. So that's the only game to be played here in terms of T20 internationals. And this is the second game that will be played at the ground tonight between Australia and the West Indies. So nothing much to go off in terms of what's a good score on this pitch. We'll have to really rely on the Big Bash in in terms of the Big Bash matches that have been played here before. We have to go off those scores and see what's a good score on this pitch. It's a drop-in surface here in Metricon Stadium here on the Gold Coast. So it's going to be interesting to see how it plays over the 40 overs tonight. Gaming Crab, you say, is Maxwell playing at 5? Yes, he is. Just a reminder for you, Gaming Crab, of the teams, just for your benefit. That's the Australian team. Warner, Green, Mitchell, Marsh, Finch, Maxwell at 5, David, Wade, Cummins, Starc, Zampa and Hazelwood. So no Steve Smith tonight. He's been left out. Aaron Finch will bat at 4. Green will still open, and David Warner will open the batting alongside him in the run chase later on this evening. Yes, we are, Gaming Crab. That was the 10-over match where Duplessis took that blinder of a catch. I do remember. It did rain quite heavily on that occasion back in 2018-19. It was only a 10-over match, so nothing much to go off in terms of international experience in terms of what's a good score on this surface. We really have to rely on the Big Bash for that, because there's been some Big Bash games played at this ground over the years. So we have to really rely on that. So the players are out on the field, and it's going to be the West Indies to bat first. Aaron Finch said we'll have a bowl under lights here on the Gold Coast, and it's going to be a interesting match tonight. See what's a good score on this surface. And also for the West Indies, need a bit of form heading into the T20 World Cup, because they are in the first round. They haven't qualified directly in the T20 World Cup, the West Indies, so they find themselves in the first round. So tonight, it's important for them to get some form after what's happened over the last few days with Sherman Hetmyer, I should say. What's happened with him in terms of missing the flight and being dropped from the squad. So it's not ideal for the West Indies. They really got to come out tonight and show some fight and competitiveness against Australia. Australia definitely the strongest team, and you probably think they should win the series 2-0. Oswar, thanks for joining us. Finch at number 4. Yes, he is, Oswar. No Steve Smith tonight. So I think Australia just trying some different combinations in this series. They like Cameron Green to open, only for this series against the West Indies. So that's what they've gone in with. And it's going to be a interesting situation for Australia in terms of, do they include Cameron Green in the T20 side or the squad for the World Cup? He only gets in if there's an injury to one of the players. So we're about to begin here at Metricon Stadium at the Gold Coast, or Carrara Stadium as it's known. It'll be Mitchell Starc with the first over. Mitchell Starc back after his rest. He got a bit of a knee injury following the end of the ODI series against New Zealand, so he didn't go to India for that short series, which just concluded a few days ago. So we're about to begin this first T20 of 2 between Australia and the West Indies. Warm-up for the T20 World Cup, preparation for that. And we're about to begin. But before we do, the players are joining together in a mark of solidarity by taking a stand towards racism. And players just did that. And we're about to begin now with the first ball from Mitchell Starc. Here we go, Mitchell Starc with ball in hand. And he's about to bowl. He runs up, Starc, he bowls. And a dot ball to begin proceedings. And Myers on strike. Childs at the other end, opening the batting with him. And a good start from Starc. Dot ball to begin proceedings. A bit of swing. Trying to get some swing there. That one came back. And Myers did well there to block that out. So Starc again, second ball to Myers. So Starc in and Mayers outside edge, running away to the third man boundary for 4. And the West Indies are off the mark in this first T20 international. And a good start by them. 4 runs to begin their innings today. So he's off the mark, Mayers. It was a bit of a flashy sort of shot, playing away from his body there. And in the end, gets a boundary. So, as I said, we can't really go off what's happened before in internationals here in terms of men's T20 internationals. What's a good score on this surface is a drop-in surface here in the Gold Coast. Now Starc runs into Mayers again, and this one onto the pads of Mayers. He flicked this behind square on the leg side for a single. So it's going to be Charles on strike for the first time this evening. Just a reminder for those who've just joined us, Australia won the toss, chose to bowl first. In the Australian team, Aaron Finch is going to bat at number 4. No Steve Smith in the side. Cameron Green's going to still open the batting with David Warner this evening. So that's the Australian team, the West Indies team there. That's the 11 that they've selected there for those who have just joined us. Just a reminder of the 2 11s from both teams tonight. So here we go, Starc into Charles, and this one's wide outside the off stump, and the umpire signals wide. So that's the first extra of the evening from Mitchell Starc. Not where he wanted it. Gaming Crab, you say, do you think we'll see any Starc Yorkers? Well, I think we will towards the end. He usually does bowl those Yorkers, but he'll just probably get into his groove here, get into the rhythm of things. He hasn't bowled for a while. Didn't play in India, so definitely we'll see the Yorkers at some stage this evening. So here we go. Starc in to Charles again. And Charles drives this through the covers on the offside for a couple of runs. Will it go all the way to the boundary? And David Warner cuts it off. Then Tim David does the backing up on the fielding. So they'll come back for 3 runs in the end. So good running there. And Mitchell Starc just getting that one in the wrong area. And Charles just driving through the offside, through the covers for 3 runs. David Warner, good fielder. And 3 runs in the end from Charles. So it's going to be Mayers on strike again for the 5th ball of the over to Starc. And Starc bowls, and this one down the leg side, and the umpire calls another wide. And the West Indies move on to none for 10 with 2 balls remaining in the first over. So Mitchell Starc a bit wayward, understandable. As I said, he didn't play in India, and he's just trying to get the rhythm back of his bowling. As I mentioned, he didn't play in the India series due to that knee injury concern that Australia decided not to risk it, especially ahead of the T20 World Cup. So here we go, Starc in again to Mayers, and Mayers drives this through the covers for 4. And that was a very good shot from Kyle Myers. And that's his 2nd boundary of this innings. And the West Indies, none for 14. Last ball remaining of the first over. And it's a good start from the West Indies in this first over. Very good shot indeed from Mayers. Got a bit too full there, Mitchell Starc, and driven for 4. So here we go. Last ball of the over. Starc to Mayers. And this one defended back down the pitch. Mitchell Starc does the fielding. It's the end of the over. It's none for 14 after the first over. And good start from the West Indies. Very good start in this first T20 of 2 against Australia and the West Indies. So the West Indies, none for 14 after 1 over. Good start again from them. And Mitchell Starc a bit wayward in that first over, just got the line wrong, the length at times as well, just getting back into the groove of things, back into the swing of things, following his short break. And Australia would be hoping he'll find his rhythm and get back to his best in this short series. It's going to be Josh Hazelwood to continue. Had a bit of a tough series in India. Went for some runs and was a bit off in that series. So he'll be hoping to get back into some touch here against the West Indies, and then the next series against England, which will be following this series soon after. 3 T20s against England, and then into the T20 World Cup. Hazelwood bowls to Charles, and he's bowled him! Bowled him first ball. That is the end of Charles. And for Josh Hazelwood in Australia, the first wicket has gone down for the West Indies, and he's clean bowled and beaten them all ends up. And that was a good delivery to start from Josh Hazelwood. And, yep, a big gap between the bat and the pad there from Charles. He was trying to swing that one very hard, trying to hit the one out of the ground, but Hazelwood too good through the defences. And Australia strike. The first wicket down for the West Indies. Charles gone. It's 1 for 14. And Australia off to a good start. So that's not ideal. Charles gone, and Brandon King will be the new batter at the crease. Yeah, trying to swing this one out of the ground there, Charles, and unfortunately he missed everything. And Josh Hazelwood, first ball of his spell, comes in, gets the wicket. And that's the end of Charles. So Brandon King, the new batter at the crease, and he'll be hoping to get a partnership here with Mayers. So not ideal for the West Indies. First wicket down. 1 for 14 in this first T20 of 2. And King on strike to Hazelwood. Second ball of the second over. And not a big crowd in tonight at Metricon Stadium on the Gold Coast for tonight's game. But Hazelwood runs into King. And this one pushed through the offside to mid-off for a quick single. He's off the mark. David Warner does the fielding, back into the side after missing out of the India series. So 1 for 15 for the West Indies. Not ideal losing the first wicket. And Australia, a good start for them in this first T20. As I said, not a big crowd in tonight here at Metricon Stadium. It's obviously Wednesday. Hoping for a bigger crowd on Friday for the second game at the Gabba. Hazelwood bowls and Mayers tries to glide this past the outside edge and straight into the hands of Wade. There's no run. And a dot ball there from Hazelwood. So Josh Hazelwood, 50 wickets for him in T20 Nationals with that first wicket of Charles. So he's done pretty well, Josh Hazelwood. That one just hitting the top of the leg bail. And that was the end of Charles. And the first wicket down for the West Indies, as I said. So Hazelwood bowls to Mayers, and Mayers drives this past mid-off for 4. That's another boundary for Kyle Mayers. And he's got off to a good start, 13 off 7. King 1-on-1 at the other end. Sorry, that was my mistake there. That was past mid-off, not mid-off. Mayers is a left-hander. So Hazelwood to Mayers, 5th ball of the over. He bowls, and Mayers pulls this again through the leg side region again for 4 runs. A similar shot to the last boundary. So back-to-back boundaries for Mayers. Exactly the same area as the first boundary. Past mid-on, through the mid-wicket region for 4. Hazelwood just getting a bit short in his length there. And good batting here from Mayers. And looking to get the West Indies to some sort of a good score tonight, maybe 150 plus on this surface. But we'll have to see what happens as Hazelwood's about to bowl his final delivery of his first over. He bowls to Mayers. Mayers pulls this. Oh, drop catch. Mitchell Starc down there at fine leg, drops the catch, puts it down. It did carry to him. And Mayers gets away with that. It's the end of the over. It's 1 for 24 after 2. Could have been 2 down in that over for Australia. But unfortunately for the West Indies, it was a drop catch from Mitchell Starc. Down at fine leg, down low, and it was in the hands, and then it boggled out. Should have really took that, Mitchell Starc, and Josh Hazelwood not happy about that. You don't mean to drop a catch, it happens. But Mayers gets away with that. So not a bad over from Josh Hazelwood, 1 for 10 from his first. Got the wicket of Charles. And just having a look at the drop catch again from Starc. Mayers just pulling this down to fine leg. And yeah, he was in the hands there for a while from Mitchell Starc, and then it boggled out. So not ideal. Anyway, Pat Cummins into the attack now. He bowls to he bowls to Mayers. And Mayers gets a bit of an inside edge down to short fine leg for a dot ball. So Pat Cummins had a bit of a tough series in India himself as well. Didn't quite bowl well. He'll be looking to bowl well in this series against the West Indies, and then obviously in the next series against England, and then obviously into the T20 World Cup as well. So he's replaced Mitchell Starc, and he's about to bowl his second ball to Mayers. So Cummins, he's in, he bowls, and Mayers tries to drive and mistimes it completely, and there's no run. So 2 dot balls to begin the over from Cummins. Good start. As we have a look at the dimensions of Carrara Stadium, which is Metricon Stadium up at the Gold Coast. Quite a big ground. So very important for all players, especially batters, to figure out the dimensions and where you can get 2s and 3s and get it into the pocket for a few runs into the pockets of the ground here. Just understanding the dimensions, which is very important. So Pat Cummins in for his third ball. He's in, he bowls to Mayers, and Mayers works this behind square on the leg side for a single. He moves on to 19, and he's gotten off to a good start. His partner at the other end, King, on 1. Hasn't faced a ball for a while, but he's about to face this ball, the 4th ball of the over from Cummins. So the only wicket to fall was Charles. He was gone for 3, bowled by Hazelwood off 2 balls. And next batter in is Puran, the captain, then Powell, Holder, Smith, Reefer. Still to come for the West Indies, so they'll need these 2 at the moment at the crease to get a partnership. Cummins bowls to King, and this one's short. And King just ducks comfortably underneath this short ball from Cummins, and there is no run. Thanks, everyone, for joining us. I really appreciate it. It's good to be back after a few weeks off in terms of watch-alongs and live streams. But good to be back, and we'll be live streaming, doing watch-alongs for the next few weeks in particular during this Australian summer as we build up towards the T20 World Cup. As Cummins bowls to King, King works this to point on the offside, and there's no run. 1 ball left at the 3rd over. So we're halfway through the power play. West Indies 1 for 25. Not bad. I would like a few more runs before the power play is finished. So Pat Cummins ready for his last ball of his first over. He's in now. He bowls to King. And King gets an outside edge, and it races away down to the 3rd man boundary for 4. So a good end to the over for the West Indies. A boundary to finish. It's the end of the over. It's 1 for 29 after 3. Let's update the score here for everyone. 1 for 29 after 3 for the West Indies. And the outside edge there was found by Pat Cummins, and no slip. And it races away down to the third man boundary for 4. So the West Indies picking up some boundaries here. And it's been Mayers who's batted really well. He's been the one who's really got things going for the West Indies tonight, 19 off 12. It's going to be another bowling change. Cameron Green into the attack. He had a good series in India. He's going to open the batting tonight with David Warner. So another opportunity for Cameron Green to keep developing as a T20 specialist and player. But good to see him do very well in India. He bowls to Mayers. This one's a wide delivery. Mayers tried to cut that and glide that through the offside, but in the end it was a dot ball. And that one, a wide delivery there from Green. Didn't quite get the line right there. We'll be hoping to make that correction for the second ball of the over. So the West Indies 1 for 29 into the 4th over now. Green, second ball of the over, bowls to Mayers. Mayers tries to glide this over the top of Matthew Wade, the keeper, but in the end he misses it, and it's a wide. So Cameron Green not quite getting the line right here. That one too wide, and the umpire signalling wide in the end. So 1 for 30 for the West Indies. Not a bad start. They would like to add more on the power play with 2 overs remaining after this. Green now into bowl. He bowls to Mayers. This one's outside the off stump again, and a flash from Mayers, but he misses it again. And the umpire calls another wide. So another wide delivery there from Green. Not quite getting the line right. A couple of wides in this over. As we have a look at the replay. He backed away there, Mayers, but in the end, the umpire called a wide. On one of the wides there, he backed away. On the second wide that was called, he didn't really back away. So we just want some consistency there from the umpires in terms of the wide calls. Green bowls to Mayers. This one's past his outside edge for no run. Playing a miss. So Cameron Green, his first serve, a bit wayward. Didn't quite get the line right, but he'll be hoping to get the line right with the last 4 balls of the over. A reminder to everyone, make sure you like the stream, subscribe to the podcast if you can. It really does help. As Green bowls to Mayers. Mayers up and over the top. It's going to go all the way for 6. Yes, it is. What a shot from Mayers. Just hit that superbly in the air over the top of the rope for 6. What a shot. He's really gotten off to a good start here, Mayers. 25 of 15 for him. And that one's a bit short, outside off stump, and Mayers was able to help it on its way over the top of the rope for 6. And what a shot there. Very good shot. Cameron Green not quite getting the line right in this over. And he was able to hit that over the rope for 6, Mayers, and that was a very good shot. So 3 balls left in the over. Had a couple of wides in this over. Green, he bowls to Mayers. This time it's past the outside edge of Mayers' bat. And a good comeback from Green. It's a dot ball after getting dispatched for 6. Very good shot here from Mayers. Just waited until it was underneath his eyes and he was able to hit that over point for 6. Very good shot. Just a bit short there from Cameron Green. Got it wrong. Bit short and wide outside off stump. And into the stands it goes. Here we go. Green, 5th ball of the over. He bowls. And Mayers hits this through mid-wicket. And the fielder at square leg will cut it off for a single. So a very productive over from the West Indies. 9 off it. A couple of wides, a 6 and a single. Thus far, 1 ball remaining. And 105 metres, that 6 went for, according to the Hawkeye. Geez, a very good shot indeed from Mayers. So he's really gotten off to a good start here. West Indies need to capitalise on this good start. 1 for 38, 2 overs after this of the power play. Not a bad start. They haven't lost another wicket here. Green bowls to King, and King defends this for a dot ball. It's the end of the over. It's 1 for 38 after 4. And the West Indies going along nicely. Kyle Mayers, the sole aggressor thus far for the West Indies. Brandon King hasn't had much of the strike, but not a bad start from the West Indies. Let us know in the chat, what do you think's a good score? Should the West Indies aim for 150 plus on this surface here at Metricon Stadium at the Gold Coast? The thing is, we can't really go off past results here. There's only been one match played here at this ground in men's T20 internationals, and that was Australia versus South Africa back in 2018-19. South Africa won that match, but it was a rain-shortened match of 10 overs. So we can't really base anything off that. It's going to be Adam Zampa into the attack. Bit of spin, bit of wrist spin, bit of leg spin. Adam Zampa, he's been pretty good for some time. So Aaron Finch has thrown him the ball and said, get us a wicket here if you can. Adam Zampa bowls to Mayers. And Mayers works this through mid-wicket for a single. And it will be King on strike. Gaming Crab, you say 177. Well, it's a good start for the West Indies, but they can't afford to lose any more wickets in the power play here. It's a good start. They've only lost one wicket thus far, so probably 170 could be a good score for them. I think they need that. This Australian batting lineup is pretty good. The likes of Warner and Green at the top of the order. Then you've got Finch, and then you've got Wade and David and Maxwell. So it's not going to be easy for the West Indies to defend whatever score they have. So I think they'll need 170 plus. Zampa bowls to King, and King hits this over the top, down to the long off boundary for 6. A very good shot from Brandon King, and he races to 11 off 6. Very good shot. Adam Zampa just getting that one wrong, and King was able just to hit that over the rope, down to the long off boundary for 6. Very good shot, and putting his foot down and being aggressive, putting the pressure on Adam Zampa. We've only 1 over left of the power play after this, so they'll have to make the most of these last 2 overs. So 1 for 45 for the West Indies. Not a bad start of the power play, but I think they'll need something around about 170, 180, maybe 190. Looking at the Australian batters, it looks pretty good. It's a strong batting order for tonight's game, definitely with Warner and Green opening the batting. I think they'll need that tonight, the West Indies, probably 180 plus. Zampa bowls to King. King defends us back down the pitch for no run. Good comeback there from Adam Zampa. Very good bowler, Adam Zampa. He's improved a lot over the years. He bowls again to King, and this one's worked down to long on for a single. From King, he races to 12. And it's going to be Mayers on strike. 27 off 18 for Mayers. He's been the main aggressor for the West Indies thus far. So 2 balls left. Zampa bowls to Mayers, and Mayers drives this to David Warner at mid-off for no run. So here we go. Last ball of the over. King to face Zampa. Zampa bowls, and King works this through mid-wicket for a single to end the over. It's the end of the over. Good over from the West Indies. It's 1 for 47. So 1 for 47 after 5. And the West Indies looking to get a big score here tonight if they can. Once again, thanks everyone for joining us. Make sure you subscribe and like the stream. It really does help. And check out some of the other videos we've done on the podcast with guests that we've interviewed over the years, over the time of the podcast. We've interviewed some good guests. Catch that on the podcast on our YouTube channel. Hazelwood bowls to Mayers. This one's banged in short, and Mayers pulls this to the legs, through the leg side for a single. Josh Hazelwood back for his second over. So Aaron Finch, he's tried a lot of options tonight. Starc, Hazelwood, Cummins, Green, Zampa. Hazelwood back for his second. Gaming Crab, you say, I think Glenn Maxwell should come into the attack now. Well, we shall see if he does. Hazelwood bowls to King, and this one's wrapped him on the pads and given. Yes, gone. LBW. That looked pretty good. And that is the end of Brandon King. Josh Hazelwood with the second wicket of this match. King, he's talking to Mayers about a review. It looked pretty good. It looked pretty straight. He's walking off, and he said, no, I'm not going to review that. That looked pretty good. And the umpire, a good decision from Sam Nagoski. And that is the end of Brandon King. He's gone for 12. The West Indies lose their second. Having a look at the LBW. Yep, looked pretty good. Wrapped him in front of the pads, pretty much bang in front of the stumps. And Hazelwood appealing, and the umpire agreed by raising his finger of doom, which is a terrible feeling for any batter. When you see the umpire raise the finger of doom, you know you're pretty much on your way. And that is the end of King. He's gone. And, well, he should have reviewed it. In the end, it was missing the leg stump. Well, Brandon King did talk about a review with Kyle Mayers. Unfortunately, they didn't go for the review. And in the end, it was missing the leg stump. So he should have reviewed it there, Mayers. Should have reviewed it there, I should say, King. So Reefer comes to the middle as the new batter. So Raymond Reefer, the new batter for the West Indies. He arrives at the crease. West Indies are 2 for 48. But looking at that last LBW decision there, missing the leg stump. He should have reviewed it, King. He was talking about the review with Mayers, but Mayers said no. But to the naked eye, it looked pretty good. Unfortunately for the West Indies, he's got to go. And Reefer's the new batter at the crease. Hazelwood bowls to Reefer. Reefer chops this down behind square on the leg side for a quick single. And he's off the mark. So the West Indies, 2 for 49, 1 over left of the power play. This is the last over. So an okay power play for the West Indies, but they need a bigger score, probably of 150 plus up towards 170, maybe 180, because this Australian batting lineup, it looks pretty strong. So it's going to be tough work for the bowlers for the West Indies when they come out to bowl later on this evening. Hazelwood bowls to Mayers, and Mayers glides this through point for a boundary to win. A boundary for the fifth ball of the over, and that brings up the half century for the West Indies. Very good shot there from Mayers. Just glided that through backward point for 4, and he's been pretty good. He's got off to a good start for him, and for the West Indies, he's got to go on with it and get a big score here if they are going to challenge Australia with a competitive total on this surface here at the Gold Coast. Hazelwood bowls to Mayers. Mayers pulls this to short fine leg for a dot ball. And there is no run. So he's 33 off 23, Mayers. Reefer has just joined him after Brandon King got out on an LBW decision that was missing the leg stump. So he's on strike. He's 1 off 1. Last ball of Hazelwood's second over. He's got 2 for 16, Josh Hazelwood. Bowls to Reefer. Reefer gives himself room. Play and a miss. And it's a dot ball to end the power play. It's the end of the over and the power play. It's 2 for 53 at the end of 6 overs of the power play for the West Indies. So not a bad power play from the West Indies. At least they didn't lose 3 or 4 wickets in that power play. As we know, if you lose too many wickets in the power play, it's always hard to come back. And for the West Indies, they've done pretty well not to lose any more wickets in the power play. couple of wickets for Australia in that first 6 overs of this first T20. And Josh Hazelwood getting the 2 wickets of Charles, clean bowled for 3. And then King, LBW for 12, which was the last wicket to fall. So Kyle Mayers, 33 off 24. And Raymond Reefer, 1 off 1. The batters at the crease at the moment. Well, Gaming Crab, you said you wanted Glenn Maxwell into the attack, and he's coming into the attack. So, Gaming Crab, you said, I think Glenn Maxwell should come in now. Well, he's into the attack now, Gaming Crab, and he bowls to Reefer, who works us down to long off for a single. So, Aaron Finch ringing in the changes. Maxwell bowls to Mayers, and this one's past his outside edge. And a good take from Matthew Wade behind the stumps, and there's no run. Once again, thanks for joining us, everyone. Make sure you subscribe and like and share the stream, and subscribe to the podcast. Really does help. Maxwell bowls to Mayers. Mayers glides this to short third man for a quick single, and in the end, they make it home comfortably. And another run for the West Indies. Gaming Crab, you say, well, let's see what he does now. Well, he usually picks up a wicket or 2, Glenn Maxwell, when he bowls. Let's see what he can do. He bowls to Reefer, who works this for a quick single on the leg side. And Matthew Wade threw it to the bowler's end, but Reefer was safely home in the end. And another single for the West Indies. It was a good pickup from Wade. Good take from Maxwell, but in the end, he was home easily. So no damage done there for the West Indies, looking to increase the run rate and the scoring rate in the next few overs up until we get to the back end of this innings and the death overs, around about over 16 to 20, of course. The death overs, you want to capitalize in those last 4 overs of the innings. So Maxwell, 2 balls left, none for 3 from his first over. And he's going to be bowling to Mayers, who's on 34. So Glenn Maxwell, here we go. Runs up, he bowls. And Mayers works this behind square on the offside for a dot ball. Here we go, Maxwell. Last ball of the over, bowls to Mayers, and Mayers tucks this around the corner down onto the leg side, but there is no run, and it's a dot ball to finish Glenn Maxwell's first over. So it's the end of the over. It's 2 for 56. 3 runs from the over. Not a bad over from Glenn Maxwell there. So 2 for 56. West Indies going along okay at this stage. Gaming Crab, you say, do you think Warner needs to find touch? Well, it's important for him to get some game time, Gaming Crab, because he hasn't played for a while now. So it's very important that David Warner plays this series against the West Indies, 2 games, and then you've got 3 against England. So it's very important for him to get the game time in before the T20 World Cup. David Warner, he's getting on a bit in age, so it takes a little bit for him to get going again. So it's very important he needs to find some good touch tonight, and hopefully he does when Australia begin their run chase. As Adam Zampa continues, he bowls to Reefer, who works us through mid-wicket for a single to get a run off the first ball of the over. So definitely he needs to get some runs tonight and during the next game as well, and those are the 3 games against England. So it's going to be very important for David Warner to get some runs as he tries to help Australia win another T20 World Cup if he can. So Zampa bowls to Mayers. Mayers works this to backward point. Aaron Finch does the fielding, and there's no run. So 2 for 57 for the West Indies. Not a bad start. They need more runs to challenge this Australian batting lineup as Zampa bowls to Mayers. Mayers works this onto the offside and picks up a single. So we've got 3 balls remaining of Adam Zampa's second over. He bowls to Reefer. Reefer sweeps down to short fine leg for a dot ball, and there's no run. Got to be very careful sweeping against Adam Zampa. He can throw in bowl the wrong and trap you in front of the stumps for LBW. So got away with that one Reefer. Zampa bowls to Reefer, tries to work this behind the leg side again. In the end, there's no run. 2 balls left in the over for Adam Zampa. None for 11 from his 1.4 overs thus far. So a wide there from Adam Zampa. That ball was down the leg side, and in the end, it was called a wide. Try to work that around the corner, but didn't quite connect with the bat. Bowls to Reefer. Reefer works this onto the offside for a quick single, and they'll probably get an overthrow here as well. No, in the end, it's just the 1 run. And the West Indies move on to 2 for 60. So it's not a bad start from the West Indies. It's just a matter of, can they build on this start? Can Reefer build a partnership with Mayers? At the moment, he's doing that. The key for the West Indies is Mayers. He's got to go on and get a big score here if they're going to get a big score. Zampa bowls to Mayers. Mayers works this behind square on the offside for a quick single, and he will get it. It's the end of the over. It's 2 for 61 after 8. Just a reminder for everyone, we're going to be here for the whole match. So we're going to be here for the whole 3 hours. So if you want to join us, you're more than welcome to do so. Make sure you like, share, comment, and subscribe, and make sure you like the stream as well. It really does help. And have some fun and talk about cricket. And that's why we're here, to talk about cricket and discuss. So Glenn Maxwell to continue. He bowls to Mayers, pulls this behind square on the leg side for a single. Josh Hazelwood there at deep backward square leg does the fielding. West Indies 2 for 62 into the 9th over. Maxwell bowls to Reefer, works this through mid-wicket for another single. Glenn Maxwell does the fielding. Very good fielder, Glenn Maxwell. So let us know in the chat, everyone. How do you think Australia and the West Indies will go in this T20 World Cup? Be interesting to hear your thoughts. As Glenn Maxwell bowls to Mayers. Reverse sweep from Mayers. He misses it completely. Nearly clean bowled him there. And in the end, no damage done. Dot ball is the result. Hello, Han. Hope you're well, mate. Thanks for joining us, Han. And hope you're well there over in England. Thanks for joining us. Great to see you as always, Han. Or great to see you in the chat, I should say. As Maxwell bowls to Reefer, and it's worked on to the leg side for a single. From Mayers, I should say. He was on strike for that ball. So now it's Reefer on strike, 2 balls left. So as I was saying, everyone, how do you think Australia and the West Indies will go in this T20 World Cup? Let us know in the chat. We'd love to hear your thoughts. As Maxwell bowls to Reefer, this one's a single down to mid-on. And the West Indies ticking along. 2 for 65 with 1 ball left in the over. The West Indies, they need a score around about 170 plus, maybe 180 to challenge this Australian side. Maxwell bowls to Mayers. He tried to go for a slog sweep, misses it completely, hits him on the stomach, and they'll scamper through for a leg bye, I think. No, in the end, he got a bit of bat on that, so it's a run to finish the over. End of the over, it's 2 for 66 after 9. And we're nearly halfway through this first T20 of 2 between Australia and the West Indies. The next game's on Friday, and that will be at the Gabba. So tonight's game's at the Gold Coast at Metricon Stadium. Its official name is Carrara Stadium, but for sponsorship reasons, it's known as Metricon Stadium, which is at the Gold Coast in Queensland, for those who don't know. It has hosted some international matches before. There's only been one men's T20 international being hosted at the ground. That was between Australia and South Africa. That was back in 2018-19. And that game was a bit of a rain-affected match. It was only 10 overs, and South Africa won in the end on Duckworth-Lewis. As Pat Cummins is back into the attack, none for 5 from his 1 over thus far. He bowls, and Bolden cleaned him up first ball. That is the end of Mayers and Cummins. And the Zing bells get lit up in the night sky in Queensland. And that is the end of Mayers. He batted well. And for the West Indies, that's their 3rd wicket down. Not what they needed after a good start. Yep, top of off stump. The old saying goes, as a bowler, hit the top of off stump. And that's what Pat Cummins did. Full and straight, hit top off stump. And that's what he did. So Pat Cummins into the action now with the wickets. That is the end of Mayers. He's gone for 39. Batted for 41 minutes. And he made a good 39, but needed to go on with it. And that set the West Indies back a bit here. I'll get to your question in a minute, Han, as I try and reconfigure my stream here. Yep, very good delivery. And that is the end of Mayers. So good wicket there. Han, you say Australia on home soil will be very hard to beat. West Indies will flatter to deceive, in my opinion, win games they shouldn't lose. Win games they shouldn't and lose ones they should win. Yeah, it's going to be tough for them, isn't it, Han? The West Indies, it sort of reflects where they're at as a T20 side. To be in the first round of a T20 World Cup for the West Indies just shows where they're at as a team at the moment. It's not a good place to be. So for them, it's going to be a tough T20 World Cup for them. Most people think they probably even won't qualify for the Super 12 stage. They're in a group that has Ireland, Scotland, and Zimbabwe. Those teams have been doing pretty well of late, and it's not going to be straightforward as it seems. We shall see. Pat Cummins bowls to the captain, Puran, who's at the crease, and this one got a bit of extra bounce on it. Puran defends it for no run. So he needs to play good innings here, Nicholas Puran. He has a bit of experience here. I remember in the Big Bash, he played a very good knock here from the Melbourne Stars at this ground. I can't remember what season it was, but maybe a couple of years ago or so. So he knows how to play on this surface here at Metricon in the Gold Coast, on the Gold Coast, I should say. And that innings won the game for the Melbourne Stars, I think. So he's in the middle now. He's joined Reefer. And he tucks this behind square on the leg side, down to fine leg for a single, and he's off the mark. So the West Indies, as I said, need a score of around about 170, maybe 180, 190 to challenge this Australian team. And looking at this Australian team this evening, I think it's a good team based on tonight's combination in terms of the balance. No Steve Smith, for those who are wondering about the team for Australia. No Steve Smith. Finch will bat at 4. Cameron Green will open with David Warner. I'll get to your question in a minute here, Han. Cummins bowls to Reefer. This one's a short ball. Reefer ducks underneath it comfortably. And in the end, it's a dot ball. Han, you say West Indies is not a team. It is 11 individuals looking for a big IPL contract, so they'll all play for themselves no matter the situation. Yeah, that's the problem, isn't it, Han? When the IPL came in, and that sort of was the downfall for the West Indies. It's sad, really. It's very sad to see the West Indies just fall away so badly, given how great of a team they were. Cummins bowls to Reefer. It's an outside edge down to third man for a single. And the West Indies ticking the runs off, despite losing a couple of wickets in this little period of play. Yeah, it's not good for the West Indies. It's going to be tough, as I said, for them in this T20 World Cup. To be in the first round, going to be very tough. But this series against Australia, it's important for them to try and get something out of this series in heading into the tournament, which begins on October the 16th. So we're not far away from that. So Pat Cummins, he struggled in India, but he's bowling well here. 1 for 7. Last ball of his over. Puran faces Cummins. This one's outside the off stump, and there is no run. It's the end of the over. It's 3 for 68 after 10. So we're halfway through the innings of this first T20 match between Australia and the West Indies. And good to see some people at the ground. It's understandable given it's a Wednesday. Not many people there at the ground, but it's school holidays time in Australia. So hopefully we see more people at the Gabba on Friday for game number 2 of this series. So 3 for 68 after 10 overs, halfway through. Mitchell Starc back on. What can he do? Renell. Hello, Renell. Hello. Good morning, Renell. I hope you're well. I did see your comment on Instagram, Renell, so it's great to see you here. I'll get to your question in a minute after this ball from Mitchell Starc. He's back into the attack. He's going to bowl to Reefer. He bowls, and this one's onto the pads of Reefer, but he does well to get it down to mid-on for a single. Renell, you say, let the big three give some donations. We might play better, like that will ever happen again. Yeah, Renell, I think world cricket needs to do its bit. But at the moment, you've got cricket boards who just care about themselves, unfortunately. That's just the way it goes these days in cricket. But, yeah, you know, it's that too, funding and money are the two big issues for the West Indies, and the players' commitment as well. Do they want to play or do they want to play in IPL? So it's sad to see the West Indies diminish the way they have been. As Starc bowls to Puran, this one's down the leg side and it's called a wide by Donovan Kosh, one of the on-field umpires this evening. Han Solo, you say South Africa and Pakistan are the dark horses. Both have the perfect bowling attack for Australian conditions. If they get their batting right, they will be both very hard to beat. Yeah, I tend to agree with that, Han. As Starc bowls his second ball of this over to Reefer, who bowls and Reefer drives down to mid-on for a single. Sorry, it was Puran on strike for a single. He moves on to 2. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see who will qualify for the top 4 for this T20 World Cup. Let us know in the chat. Dr. Jihan, hello, great to see you here. You say they got off to a great start, then slowed down by Maxwell. Why are the West Indies so clueless against spin? Only Puran can play spin. He can. As Starc bowls to Reefer, this is high into the air, straight back down the ground. In the end, they'll get a couple of runs and no damage done for the West Indies. Yeah. Well, they got off to a good start, and then all of a sudden they lost a couple of wickets where they didn't need to lose any wickets. But Nicholas Puran, he's got a bit of experience playing at this ground. I can't remember what the innings was. Maybe you can tell me, Jihan, if your memory's pretty good. That innings that he played here for the Melbourne Stars in the Big Bash, I think he got 90 odd or something. He won the game for the Stars on that occasion. Starc bowls to Reefer. This one's down the leg side for another wide. Second wide of the over from Mitchell Starc. Didn't quite get the radar right. I think it was Jihan, but I remember he played a very good innings on that occasion, and he won the game. So he knows how to bat on this ground, whereas his West Indian teammates, obviously first game for them, just getting used to these conditions. It's not a ground that Australia or any other teams play at all that often, only in the Big Bash. Starc bowls to Reefer. This one's driven through the offside for a single. Pat Cummins does the fielding. Yeah, I'll probably have to look it up. I think it was against the Heat. Well, obviously, being in Queensland, of course, the Brisbane Heat are going to play here, and they will play here in this year's Big Bash. I'm not sure who against. So here we go. 2 balls left for Mitchell Starc in his second over. So he'll be bowling to Puran. Good pace from Mitchell Starc in this over. He bowls to Puran. Oh, what a Yorker. Yeah, that's a good Yorker there from Starc. Puran was flat on his haunches. And in the end, he got a single. Did well to dig that out. And obviously, now then, Aaron Finch considering a review. Was it pad first? He's going upstairs. It looked pretty good. If it was pad first, he was out. But I think he got a bit of bat on it. Let's have a look to see what the third umpire says. But I know Nick and Gabe on Cricket for Americans, for those who know who are Nick and Gabe. They were reacting to Yorkers the other day for Cricket Tuesday. And that was a good Yorker from Mitchell Starc. And Puran was flat on the pitch there. His feet was knocked out from underneath him. Let's have a look. Ooh, pretty sure it was pad first. No, in the end it was bat first. Yeah, came off the face of the bat, I think, there. Yeah, Australia just reviewing. Let's have yeah. Ooh. Well, clearly there's a spot off the ball off the bat, indicating that it did come off the face of the bat. Let's have a look what Snicko says. Yeah. I thought so, yep. Well, he did well to get a bit of bat on that, Puran, because if he didn't, he would have been out LBW probably. It's a very good delivery from Starc there. I'll get to everyone's questions here. Han Solo says, Nick and Gabe, a.k.a. Dumber and Dumber. Well, it's good to see them getting invested in cricket, Han. That's the main thing, trying to promote the game in America. So the umpire thought it didn't hit the bat first. Well, it's out. Oh, he's gone. Well, I thought that was bat first, but it wasn't. It was pad first. And indication of the ball hitting the stumps cleanly there. So Donovan Kosh has to overturn his decision. And that's the end of Nicholas Puran, and the West Indies lose their 4th. Everyone in the chat, was that bat first or pad first? In the opinion of the third umpire, he thought it was pad first. But to me, I thought he got a bit of bat on that. But in the end, given out LBW. It was a good delivery from Starc, good Yorker, a good full delivery. Yep, well, clearly hitting the leg stump there. So that's the end of Puran. He's gone. And the West Indies lose another wicket. That's the end of the captain. He's gone. Not what the West Indies wanted. Probably got a bit stiff there again. Jihan. Okay, you say DRS is a bit drunk again. Did you think that was pad first or bat first, Jihan? Be interesting to hear your thoughts on that. I reckon it was bat first. It did come off the face of the bat, or maybe just clip the pad before it hit the bat. Just having a look at the replay again. Yeah. I don't know. He may have got a bit of a stiff decision there, Puran, but in the end, it's out. Renell, you say it hit his pad, then his bat. Yes, well, that's what the third umpire thought. But in the end, he is out, Puran, and he has to go. So Ravman Powell comes out to the middle. He's played 51 T20 internationals. Played in the IPL for the Delhi Capitals, I believe. I'll get to everyone's questions here in the chat. Gaming Crab, you're saying Maxwell is doing a good job. Yeah, well, he came on to bowl, did his job, kept the runs down. This is going to be Starc. Last ball, the over to Powell. He's on strike. He bowls, and Powell works this to backward point for a dot ball. It's the end of the over. It's 4 for 75 after 11. And the West Indies. What can they do here, the West Indies? What sort of a score they can get to? They need to challenge Australia. I think at the moment, if they get something around about 130 or 140, that's not going to challenge Australia, given the batting tonight that Australia selected. Not too many big overs for them in the match thus far. I'll get to your question, Han. Han, you say England have the most powerful batting lineup: Hales, Malan, Stokes, Butler, Livingston, but I don't see them getting enough wickets out there. I tend to agree with that, Han. Obviously, they need Mark Wood, do they? They need that X factor of pace. If you've got medium paces in Australia on flat batting pitches, you're not going to have much success. So you've got to have that X factor. And they've got to be so careful with Mark Wood because he's injury prone. They've got no Jofra Archer. The rest are a bit samey. So they've got a good batting lineup. It's just the bowling. Can they take the wickets to win them games in this T20 World Cup? As Adam Zampa's back on, bowls to Reefer, first ball's a dot ball. So it'll be interesting to see what they do there, England. Obviously, it'll be interesting to see what they do in the next series against Australia, which will be following this West Indies series in a few days' time. First game in Perth at the new stadium. As Zampa bowls to Reefer, drives this to long off for a single. Good fielding there on the rope. In the end, they come back for two in the end. So good running. Jihan, you say, why is the ground so empty? Lack of interest in this series? Probably, Jihan. It's a Wednesday as well. So probably that factor as well. You know, Wednesday, working day. But it's school holidays time around Australia. So maybe the lack of interest of this series. You'll probably see bigger crowds for the England series, obviously, given that it's against England. So I think that has something to do about it. Renell says, still don't know why I'm up. Well, you're probably up on energy, Renell. Excited for cricket, as all of us are. As Adam Zampa bowls to Powell, who's yet to get off the mark. Here we go, Adam Zampa now. Bowls to Powell. Oh, playing a miss from Powell. Good take from Wade behind the stumps. Top ball. Han, you say, do you think it would be a better crowd if England were touring? Probably yes, Han. Obviously, as Zampa bowls and Powell just paddles this around the corner behind around the leg side for a single. One ball left in the over. Yeah, we'll see probably bigger crowds in the England series, obviously in Perth, and then at Marnakarova for the last two games in Canberra. So it's just probably the West Indies are touring, lack of interest. The West Indies have struggled for some time in T20 cricket. Not many people are interested. It's a Wednesday as well in Australia. It's a working week during the week. So as Reefer, gets a single to end the over. It's the end of the over. It's 4 for 80 after 12. The West Indies, what can they scavenge? What can they get to? They'll need a bigger score than this. It's not going to challenge Australia at all, given how Australia are strong in the batting tonight. No Steve Smith. Many people have been calling for that Smith should not be in the side. Well, they've got their wish tonight because he's not batting at number 4. It's Aaron Finch. And it's going to be Cameron Green to open. So Mitchell Starc to come back for his third over. Renell, you say, looked tricky on the angle, but hit his pad, then his bat. Yeah, a bit questionable, that one, that LBW. Jihan says, I thought it was pad first, but missing leg. Yeah, but in the end, it was given out. So in the end, the third umpire said it was out. So Puran had to be on his way. Starc bowls to Reefer. This is in the air. It falls safe down to deep mid-on for a single. Jihan, you say, I'm going to the game in Perth on Sunday. Wow, that's going to be good, Jihan. Hope you have a good time. First game at Optus Stadium, you say, Jihan. Well, that's exciting. It's a good stadium, isn't it? But I do miss the WACA. It's sad that we're not playing much cricket there anymore, but hopefully in the future we will be back at the WACA and have some international matches there. But, that's just the sign of the times, isn't it? got to progress and develop and rebuild. As Starc bowls to Powell, this has worked onto the offside for a quick single. Moves on to 2. Hahn says, I can't imagine Gabe getting tickets for Perth and then flying out to Scotland. Well, he may do that if Australia get into the final. Who knows? Maybe Nick and Gabe could come out to Australia and watch the final at the MCG, which will be a good feeling. Hopefully Australia and England will be in the final, or Australia and India. As Starc bowls to Reefer, this is pulled through mid-wicket for a single. Jihan, you say, where's Steve Smith? Well, he's not playing today, Jihan. It's going to be Aaron Finch at number 4 and Cameron Green to open. So a reminder for everyone who's joined us, that's the Australian team for tonight's game. So no Steve Smith. He's not in the lineup. Aaron Finch is at number 4, Cameron Green to open. And if you ask me, that's a pretty good batting lineup. And he's not going to be in the T20 World Cup squad, Cameron Green. As Starc bowls to Powell, this is high in the air. Will it be taken? No, dropped by David Warner. Well, he did well there, David Warner. He's a good fielder. Unfortunately, dropped catch. And as we know, catches win matches. I don't think it will matter all that much for Australia tonight, but yeah, should have been taken there, as you expect from David Warner. Should take that high ball. Let's have a look. Got there, and then it just bounced out of the hands, which tends to happen. Han, you say, I hope Sams plays against England. He has some needle with Phil Salt. Well, he didn't bowl well in India, Daniel Sams. So Starc bowls to Powell, and it's the top ball. Yeah, but he's in the squad for this West Indies series, Daniel Sams. But didn't have a great time of it in India. Yeah, Jihan says dropped. Yep, that was a drop catch. You don't expect that from David Warner. You would expect him to take that. And in the end, it was dropped. You just want to hide if you drop a catch out in the field, as everyone knows when you've played the game. You know, we've all been there. It's not a good feeling. Starc bowls to Powell, and it's a single to end the over. Jihan, you meant Steve Smith dropped. Well, he's not playing tonight, so I assumed he's not dropped. I assume it's only for balance, and they want Cameron Green to open with David Warner for this game, Jihan. So I think that's why they've left out Steve Smith tonight. But that's what everyone wants, really. The discussion about Steve Smith is that should he be in this side at all? Now, tonight, everyone's got their wish, and he's not playing. So is that an indication that Australia will probably go with that for the T20 World Cup? We have to wait and see if that happens in the England series, or it's for tonight's game only because of the balance of the side. But if you ask me, looking at this side tonight, it's a pretty strong side with the batting, without Steve Smith in the side. It's just the selectors have a different opinion about what we all think. As Zampa bowls to Powell, and he pulls this onto the leg side for a single. Tim David does the fielding. Han says, will Mitchell Marsh stay fit enough until the World Cup starts? Well, he's playing in this series, Han, so he's only playing as a batter tonight. He's not going to be doing any bowling. So that's why Australia have juggled around the options. Zampa bowls to Reefer, tries to cut this onto the offside, but the extra bounce undoes him. And in the end, it's a dot ball. Good take from Wade. So he's playing tonight. He's recovering from that ankle injury, but he's playing as a batter tonight at number 3. So Aaron Finch did say him and Marcus Stoinis are on track to, retain their spots heading into the T20 World Cup. So Marcus Stoinis is recovering from a side strain. That's why he didn't play in this series against the West Indies. So that's an indication that Cameron Green's chances are slipping to be a part of this T20 World Cup squad. As Zampa bowls to Reefer, and Reefer works this through point for a single, moves on to 19. So Ronell says, oh my God, 2, come on, don't be nice to West Indies, take those catches. You also say, Ronell, don't worry, second innings, you'll see 3 to 4 by West Indies 2. Zampa bowls to Powell, glides this to short third man for no run. Han, you say Sams is like Sam Curran, in my opinion. Okay bowler who can be expensive, good fielder, and good enough with the bat for a quick 20 runs. Yeah, he can. He's done that for the Big Bash as well for the Thunder over the years. As Adam Zampa finishes his over, it's a dot ball defended by Powell. And the West Indies are 4 for 88 with 6 overs remaining. So, yeah, it's not going well for the West Indies at the moment. 6 overs remaining. What can they get? Probably need something to challenge Australia tonight, given how Australia selected their team. Yeah, he can be expensive, Sams. He can be handy with the bat. He can take wickets every now and again. Hopefully he can improve and get better with more experience. Cameron Green back into the attack. Ronell says, wait, is Warner? Didn't even recognise him there. Han, you say, well, Steve Smith is at the beach finding the perfect sand to stick to some yellow tape. Yeah. I think I won't add anything to that. As Green bowls to Reefer, high in the air and taken by Matthew Wade behind the stumps. And Cameron Green gets his first wicket. The West Indies lose their 5th. And good for Cameron Green, gets his first wicket of the evening. Yeah, did not time it at all. Straight up in the air and taken. A simple catch from Matthew Wade in the end. So the West Indies are falling apart here. The innings has lacked momentum. So Reefer gone for 19. He batted for 40 minutes. He made 19 runs in the end, but he's got to go. West Indies lose another one. Yeah, high in the air and a simple catch in the end for Matthew Wade. Jihan says, Sam's bowled okay in the last game, but defending 11 in the last over, he kept trying to bowl wides. Yeah, he didn't quite get his execution right there in that last over, that third T20 against India. Jason Holder arrives at the crease, the new batter. Done pretty well with the bat in T20s and also in Test matches, making big scores. Jihan, you say got it down to 4 off 2, then bowled 1 off the cut strip, which Pandya edged for 4. Yeah, he did. As I said, just didn't quite get it right in that last game. With the execution there, Daniel Sams. Ronell says, was interesting to see Reefer coming in at 4. Ronell says, wait, what, Green? Are you sure, Jack? Well, he is opening tonight, Ronell, Cameron Green, so he's still going to open Wade at, Aaron Finch at 4, no Steve Smith. So that's the balance that Australia have gone in with tonight's game. Ronell says, thank God Reefer gone. Don't know why he up early in the order. Play him lower or don't play him. To be honest, I haven't seen much of some of these West Indian players. It's good to see what they can do in terms of how they go about it with their cricket. So we've got a review here. Cameron Green asking for a review. Let's have a look. Was this for LBW? Yes, it was. Could be going down the leg side. On the angle as well. There's no bat involved. We'll get to your question here, Han, as we have the DRS. Yeah, looks like it's going down leg side. You can see middle and off stump there. So that's usually an indication that the ball's going down the leg side. The angle as well from Cameron Green. Yeah. Going down legs. So in the end, Australia waste a review. But in the end, no damage done for the West Indies. Han, you say, any captain who bowls Sams in the last over is at fault, not the player himself. He is a relief bowler for the middle overs. There is enough evidence over the years that he is not a death bowler. I tend to agree with that, Han. It's because Australia didn't have any options, really. Because we didn't have Starc. We bowled Hazelwood or Cummins. We didn't play Nathan Ellis for the last 2 games. I don't know why. He bowled pretty well in the first game. And we should have had Ellis for the next 2 games, but we didn't. Anyway, it is what it is. Han says, umpire Gabe says that was Plum. Well, I wouldn't trust Gabe umpiring any games of cricket, Han. He will give everything out, even if it's missed the bat by a certain amount of distance. But, yeah, that one going down the leg side there. So Holder faces Green, and what a shot from Jason Holder over the top for 6. And he's dispatched Cameron Green over the rope for 6. And a very good shot from Jason Holder. Much needed boundary for the West Indies. And that was a very good shot. Over the top, 6 runs. Well, the West Indies need a few more 6s. We haven't got long to go in the innings, only 5 overs after this remaining. Thanks, everyone, for joining us. We'll be here for the whole match. So we're going to be here until the end of this match. So come and join us, have a bit of a discussion on cricket. That's why we're here. We're going to have some fun, and we're going to be doing more of this as the summer progresses in terms of T20 World Cup and other international matches as well. It's green bowls to Holder, and this is a play and a miss, and there's no run. And make sure you subscribe and like the stream, everyone. Really does help the channel, and thank you for the support. It's been overwhelming, and it's great to be doing this. So yeah, just having a look at the subscribers. We're on 392, everyone. So let's get to the 400 tonight if we can. I want to try and equal Brian Lara's 400. That's the only time I'm going to ever equal Brian Lara's 400 in my entire cricketing career. As Green bowls to Holder, this is a single to end the over. End the over, it's 5 for 95. Renell, your question. What's your thoughts on New Zealand? I have them as my top for the World Cup. Yeah, Renell, my thoughts on them is it's quite interesting on New Zealand. How will they go about things in this World Cup? As we know with New Zealand, they can be a pretty good side at times. We saw that last year in the T20 World Cup, and they were able to make it to the final. And for New Zealand, it's going to be interesting. But, you can't discount New Zealand. They've got some good players. You've got Martin Guptill. You've got Williamson. You've got Bolt, Southey in the bowling. You've got Devon Conway. So it's a pretty good side. So they are definitely going to challenge for that top 4 spot. It's just about playing in Australia for New Zealand. They did struggle in the ODI series recently. I know it's a different format, but for them, it's about, trying to get over that barrier if they can of trying to win games in Australia, because they don't do really well in Australia and New Zealand. As Cummins bowls, and first ball of his over gets dispatched over the mid-wicket boundary for 6. And Jason Holder is in on the action, and he's saying, right, enough about trying to hit the ball in the gaps. Let's just hit it over the rope for 6. That was a bit short from Cummins, and a very good shot to over the mid-wicket boundary for 6. So they're definitely going to be up there. They're definitely going to challenge, but it's just about how they go about things in terms of trying to win in Australia, because they do struggle. and it's something they can't seem to shift. And got him, yes, gone, as Bill Lawry would say. And that is the end of Jason Holder. He's clean bowled by Pat Cummins, and he's got his second wicket. So Jason Holder, quick fire 13 off 7. He's soon out. And that one there from Cummins knocked him over. In the words of Bill Lawry, bowled him, knocked him over, neck and crop. And that is the end of Jason Holder. And for the West Indies, another wicket falls. And Holder gone for 13. It is 6 for 101 for the West Indies. Yeah, Pat Cummins there in the wickets. That's his second wicket of the evening. Han, you say, if history is anything to go by, New Zealand beat Australia in the group stage, face him again in the knockouts and get crushed. Well, that first game that they'll face to begin their World Cup campaign, New Zealand will be against Australia at the SCG on October the 22nd. So for New Zealand, it's about how they try and beat that psychological barrier of trying to beat Australia at Australia. As we saw in the ODI series against Australia recently, they didn't do well. So for them, different format, T20 cricket, but you can't discount them. You know, they're a team there and thereabouts, and they go underneath the radar, New Zealand. Be interesting to see how they go in this T20 World Cup. Renell, you say, been saying this for years. Always hit, no singles, no twos often. Yeah, that's right, Renell. That's what they sort of did in the last World Cup, didn't they, the West Indies? They sort of, it's all about 4s and 6s, not about singles and 2s and rotate the strike and do the basics. So they've been struggling, the West Indies. So we've got 4 overs after this. West Indies are 6 for 102. And Pat Cummins got the last wicket there. Second wicket for him. He's got 2 for 13. So Pat Cummins is doing well since he's had that tough series in India. He's done pretty well in this first game against the West Indies. Thanks, everyone, for liking the stream. We've got 26 likes and we've got 392 subscribers. So we're closing in on 400. So let's try and get to 400 tonight if we can. We're not far away from that. So I would like to tick that milestone off tonight if we can. It would be good to cross that 400 mark and try and equal Brian Lara's highest ever test score of 400 not out. So that would be a pretty good achievement for us. As Cummins bowls and a single there for Powell, and Smith's on strike with 2 balls remaining in the over. Han says, West Indies should have hired Chris Silverwood when he became available. He has done very well with Sri Lanka. Yeah, he has. He's done very well with Sri Lanka. Chris Silverwood, as Cummins bowls to Smith, and this one's a short ball, and Smith sways out of the way and gets it through to the keeper for no run. He's done pretty well, Chris Silverwood, with Sri Lanka. Didn't quite work out with England, but he's doing very well with Sri Lanka. And Sri Lanka, don't discount them from being in the top 4 in this T20 World Cup. They did pretty well in the Asia Cup, different format of tournament, but they tend to do well in world tournaments as well, Sri Lanka. So it's going to be interesting to see what they can do in this T20 World Cup. You think they'll qualify easily in the first round, and they should go through easily. And hopefully qualify for the semi-finals if they can. Han, you say on paper, West Indies should have more money and more talent than Sri Lanka. Yeah. Just shows that the two countries are at different levels in terms of their talent and funding and their resources. But it's good to see Sri Lanka really playing well and rebuilding nicely, and hopefully they'll continue that. As Cummins bowls, leading edge, and just falls safe of Cummins. That would have been the second wicket in the over for Cummins, but it fell safe. It's the end of the over. It's 6 for 105 after the 16th over. We've got 4 overs left. What can the West Indies get to? At the moment, it looks like Australia will be pretty happy with how things are going at the moment. With 4 overs remaining, the West Indies will be a bit disappointed. Han says, do you think West Indies would go for JL and would he take the job? That'd be interesting, Han. I don't know. But they need someone like a Bob Simpson or a Justin Langer, I think, to really maintain discipline and, build those standards. When Bob Simpson took over the Australian side, he turned that Australian team around along with Alan Border. You need someone like him or JL to get the West Indies back on track and maintain standards and discipline as a group. Would he take the job? I don't know. Probably not. Maybe if he had a good offer, maybe. But I don't know. It's up to him to make that decision, JL. But I think his coaching days are behind him now because he's going to be commentating this summer. So that's another career path for him. As Hazelwood bowls and top edge from Powell straight up into the air and he's gone. Hazelwood picks up his 3rd wicket and the West Indies are 7 down. And Josh Hazelwood, 3 for 17. That's more like it from Josh Hazelwood. Didn't have a great series against India, but he's having a good night out tonight. Yeah, mistimed that completely, pal. Top edge. He was only going to go one way, and that was going to be caught by Hazelwood, who takes a very simple catch. That's the end of Powell. He's on his way, and the West Indies lose another one. Powell gone. It's 7 down for the West Indies. 7 for 106. So we've got Asari Joseph, the young fast bowler, coming out to the middle. Renell says, nope, JL would not take the job. And you say they need Jeffrey Boycott's grandmother or grandma to teach them how to bat with a stick of rhubarb. Yeah, well, they probably do. So Azari Joseph, the new batter at the crease, he's on strike to Hazelwood. Hazelwood bowls, and Azari Joseph works this down to find leg behind square on the leg side for a couple of runs. Oh, direct hit. I think he's safe, but we're going to have a look. Very close in the end there. Usually direct hits, usually close, but I think he was safe there. In the end, it was a dot ball. No, in the end, it was a leg by, sorry. Came off the pads. Let's have a look. Good throw. No, he was safe. Just got in. So in the end, no damage done for the West Indies. Dr. Jihan, you say definitely more bounce in this wicket than those roads in India. Yeah, there's been a bit of extra bounce tonight. As Hazelwood bowls to Joseph, swings and a miss. Outside the off stump, there's no run. Dot ball there. Yeah, it's quite an interesting surface here at Metricon. Obviously, we haven't played much cricket here. We've only played a lot of Big Bash cricket, not much international cricket. So very interesting how this surface will play in the second innings. I think it won't change all that much. And Australia will be pretty comfortable about chasing whatever total the West Indies set here. Hazelwood bowls, and this one onto the pads of Joseph, works this onto the leg side for leg by, I think. Let's see what the umpire calls, either leg by or run. It's a leg by. So we've got one ball left of the 17th over. Renell, you say too much politics involved. I rather Silverwood again, but he left, was a good assistant for the team. As Hazelwood runs in, bowls again to Smith, who swings and misses at this one. End of the over. It is 7 for 109. 7 for 109, and West Indies struggling a bit here with the bat. What can they get to? Not going to be enough at this stage. Han, you say, I guess even Lara or Chandapal, if they were coming through now, would abandon technique and try to be sloggers for that IPL contract. Yeah, obviously with the IPL, money, where money's concerned, of course, younger players are going to take that option now. Whereas back in the days of Lara and Chandapal and those other greats, you just played because you loved the game. Or especially back in Don Bradman's time, you just played the game because you loved it. Now it's all changed with money and all that stuff. So, yeah, it would be interesting to see how they would go now in this current era. Han, question for me. Do you think the grounds that also play AFL have the surface affected too much? Well, they're all drop-in surfaces, really hard. This ground tonight here at Metrocon's a AFL ground. That's why it's a drop-in. As Joseph, first ball of Mitchell Starc's last over, smacks him over the rope for 6. What a shot. And he's looking to hit some sixes, get this score up. Good shot. Mitchell Starc there just a bit short, and Joseph was able to connect that well for 6. And that's a huge hit. As you say, Jihan, huge hit. That was a pretty big shot. And be interesting to see how much meters that covered on Hawkeye. Going back to your question, Han, yeah, they have. We've seen that with the MCG over the years. The drop-in surfaces have not been good at some grounds. And this one tonight's a drop-in surface here at Metricon. So grounds like the MCG, Adelaide Oval, here, Metricon, in Perth, the new stadiums are drop-in, but that pitch in Perth's pretty much an exact replica of the actual pitch at the Wacker. So yeah, they have been affected over the years, and I think the Adelaide Oval pitch is probably the best drop-in in the country, just because the day-night test is being played there, and there's a good balance between bat and ball. Whereas the other pitches like the MCG over the years, it's just flat, it's just concrete. And you don't want to see that. So as Starc bowls to Joseph, Joseph pulls this through mid-wicket. And Glenn Maxwell does the fielding, and they'll get a single. Yeah, but grounds like the Gabba, the SCG, Bill Reeve, the Wacker, they're all traditional cricket grounds with no drop-ins, and they all play differently. So it's just the way that these grounds are. They're multi-purpose, and AFL is quite popular in Australia, so that's why you have drop-in surfaces, because you don't want to damage the square. But the SCG has a lot of football being played on it, AFL, rugby, and that, that gets chewed up a bit during the AFL season. Top edge and over the top of short third man for 4. And a good boundary there from Oden Smith. Han, you say, when did the drop-ins start? They can't have been drop-ins for that long. No. I think the first drop, if we're going to go back, I think Kerry Packer's World Series cricket in the 70s was the first time it was used. So that's when they first started, when World Series cricket was being started. If you're talking about at an actual cricket ground, a proper traditional cricket ground, as Starc bowls to Smith, and this one's a thick outside edge down to third man for a single, I think it was. Yes, it was. Single there. It was the MCG, I think, in the, was it early 90s or 2000s? When they redeveloped the MCG, Han, they decided to get rid of the square and just have drop-ins when they redeveloped the whole ground. So I think that's the first cricket ground in Australia that had the drop-ins. But the first time it was experimented in Australia was World Series cricket with Kerry Packer, when he played at Football Park, which was in Adelaide, and he played at Gloucester Park, which was in Perth, and other grounds like Football Park in Melbourne, Victoria. That's where it was first trialled. And then the first ground to have a drop-in was the MCG, a proper cricket ground. in the early 2000s when they redeveloped the whole stadium to what it is today. That's what I can think of. I have to check that, but I'm pretty sure that's how it panned out. Yes, to say Han, SCG hosts State of Origin, so that must be fun trying to prepare a pitch on. Yeah, well, they've got rugby, and they've also got AFL as well. So there's a lot of work that goes into preparing the pitch for the summer. And there's something unique about the SCG pitch. I'll tell you after this ball. As Starc bowls to Joseph, swing and a miss, and there's no run. The actual pitch at the SCG, the test pitch that they use, has a bit of a bold spot on the square on the pitch. That's where they bounce the ball in AFL. So the pitch they use for the test matches in Sydney, where the centre circle is for AFL football, is a bit of a bold patch on the pitch. No grass grows on it. That's where they bounce the ball. So that's quite a unique feature about the pitch at the SCG. Over the years since they've been playing football over there, Starc bowls and Joseph hits this high into the air, straight back down the ground. It is out caught. A very good catch from Tim David. And the 8th wicket goes down for the West Indies. They're 8 for 123. Sorry, they're 8 for 123 after 18 overs, 2 overs left. And that is the end of Asari Joseph. Try to go for a big shot down the ground, and good catch from Tim David. That is the end of his night. Well, that's the end of his innings. He's gone. Joseph for 7. West Indies 8 for 122 after 18. Let's just update the score here for everyone. So 2 overs remaining. And 8 for 123. There we go. Very good catch from Tim David there. As Josh Hazelwood continues, he bowls and Carrara hits this over the top for 6. What a shot from Carrara. Over the top for 6. Sorry, Smith. My mistake. I forgot. Obviously, it was the end of the over, so the the non-striker was on strike for the first ball. What a shot from Smith. Good shot there. Much needed 6 there from him. And for the West Indies, yes, Rennell was a huge 6. Rennell, you say Odin like to depend on his power, be hitting. He don't care about singles or twos. Well, with that shot there, Rennell, he's not going to worry about running the quick singles or twos. It's a 4 or 6. So much needed boundary for the West Indies. Han, you say, so they drop in a square of turf for AFL and then remove it and drop in a square that is prepared next to the ground for cricket. Yes, pretty much. They grow it off-site. So the MCG, they grow it at another venue, which is not that far away from the MCG. And then they bring it via trucks and all that stuff, and they load it into the concrete slabs. Basically, a drop-in's like a concrete slab full of metal trays. And you lower the metal tray with the pitch into the concrete slab. And that's how it operates, really, the drop-ins. So they've been doing that for years. As Hazelwood bowls to Smith, and Smith hits this to mid-off for no run. So it looks like he's going to be on strike for this over, and probably the last over as well, try and get the West Indies to a score that they can defend. So that's how they do it, Han. And that's what they do at the Adelaide Oval. That's what they do at the new stadium in Perth. And that's what they do here in Queensland as well at Metricon Stadium. Because this is a drop-in. Hazelwood bowls, and Smith hits this over the top of Matthew Wade's head, down to the boundary for 4. So a 6 and a 4. Very good over from the West Indies here. 10 off it with 1 dot ball. Got 1 over after this. 8 for 132. Can they get to 150? Gives them something to bowl at, but I don't think that's enough. Osohan, you say AFL isn't as popular in New South Wales and Queensland as it is in Victoria, so do their grounds get less wear and tear? They still play games at the Gabba for AFL seasons, Han. They play games there. They play games here at Metricon on the Gold Coast because they have a team. But yes, they don't get as much wear and tear given that they only play a few home games a season there, and then you play some away games. It's 23 rounds in the home and away season, which recently concluded last month in September. So once we get into cricket season, you won't see much wear and tear, obviously. As I was speaking, there's a wicket. That is the end of Smith, and Hazelwood's got his 4th wicket here. We're just checking to see if this was above the waist. Oh, yeah, it was. So that's going to be a no ball, I think, and a free hit. Didn't see what happened there with the wicket, but it's a full toss delivery from Hazelwood. Just checking to see if it was above the waist or the head, or did it hit the helmet? Or I was a bit distracted by answering the questions, so I didn't quite see what happened there. So let's see if this is going to be out or not. Or is it a no ball? Let's have a look. No, it's a no ball. Yes, it's above the waist. So it was above the waist for head height there from Josh Hazelwood. So in the end, the West Indies will get a free hit. So it's going to be a free hit, no ball, free hit. And so Odin Smith, it was a full toss from Josh Hazelwood, and it was above the waist and above the head as well, signaled by the umpire. So it's a free hit. He swings, and this is worked onto the leg side for a couple of runs. So in the end, not too much damage there for Australia in terms of that free hit. So the West Indies getting some late runs here towards the end of the innings. Han, you say, I wonder if the amount of injuries to Aussie fast bowlers is due to that concrete underneath giving them more impact when they bowl. Well, they're pretty rock-hard pitches in Australia. Those drop-ins are pretty rock-hard. The MCG is pretty rock-hard because it's like concrete. There is a concrete slab underneath it. I don't think that has much of an effect. I think it's just how the pitch is sort of grown, really, into that hard consistency with the rolling and all that stuff. So, yeah, you do see a lot of injuries with bowlers in terms of planting that front foot down and generating a lot of pace through the front leg and force. And you do see a lot of them pick up injuries in Australia because of the hard nature of the surfaces. As Hazelwood bowls his last ball of his spell, and this is to Aaron Finch through the covers for a single. So a good over from the West Indies, 8 for 140, 1 over remaining. Odin Smith has done pretty well, 25 he's got. So that's pretty good. And we've got 1 over remaining there. So I'll change the score. I'll answer the questions that people had. Thanks for joining us, everyone. I really appreciate everyone just interacting with each other in the chat. Really enjoy it, talking about cricket. As a reminder to everyone who's watching, we'll be here for the whole match. So we'll be here for the second innings of this first T20 between Australia and the West Indies. So you can see how this match ends. So 8 for 140. It's going to be Pat Cummins to bowl the final over of the match. The final over of the innings. And we shall see how he does. First ball is a wide. That's not a good start. Renell, you say that was out, what the umpire is doing. And you said, what? And then you said, looks like I haven't woke up fully yet. Thought Odin was out. Well, he was out, Ronell. It was just a full toss above the waist and above head height as well. So it was a no ball. So that's why Smith didn't walk off, and that's why he was recalled by the umpire. Cummins bowls to Smith, and this one's down the leg side. Another wide from Cummins. This is what happened in India. Didn't quite get it right with the ball, Pat Cummins. And already in this last over, not getting it right. So it's very important for him to nail the execution. Can't afford loose deliveries here. Han, you say the soccer team AC Monaco have a stadium that is built on top of a multi-story car park. Players say that they can feel the concrete underneath and the ground has less give in it. Yeah. As Cummins bowls to Smith, this one's worked to deep point for a single. Mitchell Starc does the fielding. Rocket arm there from Mitchell Starc. And a single. So finally, Pat Cummins bowls the first ball of the over after 2 wides. It's interesting, isn't it, Han, with you saying that about the players feeling the concrete. I'm pretty sure it's the same with players here as well, the drop-in surfaces, given how hard the pitches are in Australia. Be interesting. I haven't heard a lot of players complain about the drop-ins in terms of, a bit under feet in terms of the concrete, and that's affecting our legs, and we're getting injuries and all that stuff. So be interesting to see what the players think about the drop-ins in general. Should we just scrap them and just have natural pitches like we do at the SCG, Bell Reeve, at the Old Wacker, and at the Gabba as well? And even up there in Townsville and Darwin. Interesting. Yeah, thanks for that, Han. Good to learn something new every day. Cummins bowls to Smith. This is worked to the offside for a quick single. John Weir, hello. Just getting my brain out of footy season. A little catching up to do. Yes, well, we were talking about AFL as well. Yes, that's finished. Now into cricket season. So, and that's why they invented AFL football. Something for the cricketers to do during the winter, during the off season, and then you had cricket in the summer. So that's why AFL is what it is today. Played in the winter, and then summer, you have cricket. So, hopefully, John, your team did well this AFL season. Cummins bowls to Smith, and it's a dot ball. Swing and a miss from Smith. And the West Indies, 3 balls remaining in this innings. And it's been a bit of a mixed bag performance from the West Indies, a bit inconsistent with their batting today. I think that was expected from them. Just no momentum at all in the innings. A bit wayward at times with the bat. As Cummins bowls to Smith, this is driven through the covers from Smith for no run. So 2 balls left. Can they get to 150? It's going to be something to bowl at. It's not going to be enough, I don't think. I think Australia will fancy their chances of chasing those runs. So it'll be interesting to see if they can get up to that 150 mark, and it'll be interesting to see how they bowl. So 2 balls left of the innings. What can they do? The West Indies. Cummins bowls to Smith. Smith pulls this. Down deep legs, down to square leg, I should say. Deep square leg. Tim David there. Didn't quite carry to him. I thought it did for a moment there. No, it's Steve Smith on the field. Not playing tonight, Steve Smith. On there as a sub fielder. Didn't quite carry to him there at deep square leg. A toe end of the bat there. Didn't quite time it. Smith, but in the end, no damage as Steve Smith fields the ball. So there's a few players there with Smith as the last name tonight. Odin Smith at the crease and Steve Smith on the field as a sub fielder. John, you say Swanee's got a bit of a touch up, but these things happen. So you're a Swan supporter, John. Yes, well, it wasn't a great performance from them in the grand final this year, but there's always next year. But Geelong, definitely their supporters are quite happy with their result this year. And to be honest, they were the better team I suppose. And there's a run out. Last ball of the over, last ball of the innings. There's a run out. And that is the end of the innings. The West Indies are 9 for 145 at the end of their 20 overs. And that is the end of the innings. And a run out there to finish off proceedings. So I believe the West Indies, 9 for 145 from their 20 overs. We'll update the score here. So 9 for 145, West Indies. Australia will need 146 to win. And I think Australia they'll probably get that in the end. Not going to be really a competitive total. I think anything maybe 180, 190 would have tested Australia, but the West Indies, they got to that score of 145, so not quite 150. Their bowlers will have to do well if they can defend this score. So Renell, you say no disrespect to the commentators, but sometimes they don't know what they're talking about. Maybe we just don't play Australia often, learning on the job. Yeah, I think so, Renell. I think, we don't play the West Indies all that often. It's the first time the West Indies have played in Australia for a long time, not since 2015-16. So that's the last time they've toured here. So yeah, obviously lack of knowledge about some of the West Indies players there, Renell. Maybe the commentators need you, Renell, to give them that information on West Indies cricket. So at the end of the 20 overs, West Indies are 9 for 145. And we'll have a quick summary of the score, and then we'll get ready for the second innings. And as we wait, we'll have a bit of a chat about the West Indies innings and about what's to come in the next few weeks to a month as we get ready for cricket during this Australian summer. Renell says, time for me to make breakfast now since the innings is done. Yes, Renell, get some breakfast into you, the important meal of the day, and get a good breakfast in. That's very important to start off the day well. Renell, you say not enough runs, but they've got something to bowl to. They do, Renell. They've got something to bowl to. 145, not going to be enough. What can they do? What can they do, the West Indies, with the ball? Be interesting to see what they can do. Alrighty. We're going to be here for the second innings. So as we wait, let's have a bit of a summary of what's happened thus far. So at the end of the 20 overs, West Indies are 9 for 145. And we are going to have a quick summary of the score, of the scorecard, have a bit of a look at what happened during this innings. All right, so the West Indies batted first after Australia won the toss, chose to bowl first. The West Indies 9 for 145 from their 20 overs. Kyle Mayers got out for 39. He was bowled by Pat Cummins. Johnson Charles was gone for 3, bowled by Josh Hazelwood. Brandon King was gone for 12. He was LBW to Josh Hazelwood. Raymond Reefer was gone for 19, caught by Wade, bowled by Green. Nicholas Puran, the captain, was gone for 2. He was LBW to Starc. Powell was gone for 7, caught and bowled by Josh Hazelwood. Jason Holder was gone for 13, bowled by Cummins. Odin Smith was run out by Matthew Wade for 27. Azari Joseph was the last wicket to fall. He was gone for 7, caught by Tim David, bowled by Mitchell Starc. Yannick Carrara was the not-out batter on 1 not out, and the West Indies finished on 9 for 145 from their 20 overs. For the bowling, for Australia, Mitchell Starc, 2 for 40 from his 4 overs. Josh Hazelwood, 3 for 35 from his 4. Pat Cummins, 2 for 22, in the words of Richie Beno, from his 4 overs. Cameron Green, 1 for 16 from his 2 overs. Adam Zampa, none for 21 from his 4 overs. And Glenn Maxwell only bowled 2 overs, none for 8. That's how the West Indies went about things in this first innings of this first T20 International of the series, which is only 2 matches. So, as we've got a bit of time, we can have a bit of a chat. Plenty of things happening in cricket. A bit of an update for everyone, Australian viewers. We had the first round of the Sheffield Shield starting. And Western Australia won the first Shield match of the summer. They won by 8 wickets against New South Wales at the WACA. That match has concluded. A comprehensive victory from the Western Australian team, who are looking like the favourites to win the Sheffield Shield for the second year in a row. New South Wales batted first and made 180 all out from 75 overs. Lance Morris was the standout bowler for WA, 5 for 36. Western Australia in reply were all out for 258 from their 105 overs. Young Teague Wiley, the young 18-year-old, scored his first ever first-class century, 104 off 204 balls. He joins an elite list of batters to do that at Sheffield Shield cricket, to score a century at a young age, up there with Ricky Ponting and Doug Walters. That's not bad company, and also Greg Chappell. So WA all out for 258 in their first innings. For New South Wales, Ben Dorshus on debut, 4 for 48 from 20 overs. He bowled pretty well. New South Wales in their second innings, yet again, their batting woes continued, all out for 162 from 56.1 overs. Lance Morris, like he did in the first innings, the standout bowler for WA, 4 for 46 from 12.1 overs. And WA, in the end, finished on 2 for 85, chasing down the runs with ease to win by 8 wickets from 24.5 overs. And Nathan Lyon picked up the 2 wickets for New South Wales, finishing on 2 for 33. So the first game of the Sheffield Shield season, WA looked pretty good. As I said, favourites again to win the Sheffield Shield come the end of the summer. So that's a bit of a Sheffield Shield update there. We've got some other games coming in the near future. Starting in a few days' time, we've got Queensland and Tasmania from Allan Border Field in Brisbane. That's going to start on the 6th of October, which is tomorrow. And we've got South Australia and Victoria at Carrara Oval, which is in Adelaide. That's going to be starting tomorrow as well. To continue on the Sheffield Shield season, which is good. Good to see a bit of Sheffield Shield. I was watching it yesterday, and WA, as I said, looked pretty good. Looked the strongest team in this Sheffield Shield season as we've just started that tournament. So the West Indies, 9 for 145 from their 20 overs. Australia will need 146 runs to win. And you think they'll chase down those runs comfortably from 120 balls. So for the West Indies, a lot of work to do in terms of them with the bowling tonight. So there we go. So everything's happening this summer in Australia. T20 World Cup, Sheffield Shield, Big Bash, Women's Big Bash, WNCL, Australia versus the West Indies for the men's test matches. South Africa are coming out as well for the men's test matches as well. Women's cricket, Australia versus Pakistan towards the end of the summer. So there's a lot of cricket coming up this summer. We'll try our best to cover everything on the podcast. And we're going to be doing more live streams and watch-alongs like this today, heading into the rest of the summer. So, and they're always good fun to interact with people and talk about cricket. There's been lots happening in the cricketing world. So it's good to see what people think about certain issues and topics within the game. John Weir, you say, just trying to catch up at Han Solo regarding pitches. The SCG used to host a lot of rugby league matches. I'm going back to the 70s. Then in the 80s, it was also to the AFL, Swans, and of course cricket. Yes, to say, John, the ground suffered a lot of constant use. Not now, only the AFL, Swans, and cricket are hosted there. Yes, we have a lot of multi-purpose grounds in Australia. That's for sure. Covering all sports, not only cricket, football, soccer, rugby. Of course, there's going to be some wear and tear on the surfaces there. Han, you say, yes, I noticed that. NRL teams have their own grounds and only use the SCG for state of origin. And maybe if the Roosters play the Rabbitohs in the playoffs. That's the discussion about the pitches in Australia. Let us know in the comments, do you think we should go away from drop-in pitches? I did read something or hear something that the ICC did approve hybrid pitches in the current changes to the playing conditions. They did approve that for hybrid pitches. So that's an interesting development there from the ICC. But let us know your thoughts in the comments about drop-in wickets. Because seeing that we've been talking about that, do you think they're good, bad? Should we get rid of them and just have natural cricket squares? So 9 for 145 from 20 overs, the West Indies. Got to bowl well to defend this. Australia, they'll be backing themselves to chase down these runs and hoping an easy victory is in sight. As we wait, let us keep talking and discussing as we wait during the innings break. T20 World Cup coming up later on this month, starting October the 16th. And obviously important time for Australia and the West Indies to prepare and get ready for that T20 World Cup. Now, for Australia, there's 6 matches for them remaining in this build-up to the T20 World Cup. This current series against the West Indies is 2 games, and then we have 3 games against England, and then 1 warm-up match, which will be against India at the Gabba. For the West Indies, they've got 2 matches against Australia. They've got some warm-up matches against the UAE and the Netherlands. So very important for both teams to get preparation in for that T20 World Cup. It's going to be an interesting T20 World Cup, that's for sure. Be interesting to see who will qualify from the first round into the second round, into the Super 12 stage, and then who will eventually qualify for the semi-finals. Be interesting to hear your thoughts in the chat about who's going to make it to the finals, semi-finals, and who's going to win the T20 World Cup. But it's definitely an interesting tournament ahead. And for Australia, defending champions, pressure on them to try and win a home T20 World Cup. They did that in 2015 with the men's 50-over World Cup against New Zealand. Can they do it against... can they do it in 2022 for the T20 World Cup when they prepare for that? So be interesting, but there are some teams that could win it, other teams that you think will not win it. Be interesting. T20 cricket's unpredictable. Let's see what happens when the tournament begins on October the 16th. Han, you say, imagine playing AFL at Lords with the dampness here. It would be a cabbage field after 20 minutes. I'm pretty sure they played an AFL match at the Oval, Han. And I remember they did play an AFL match at the Oval once, many, many years ago now, to try and get AFL to the UK. I think it was Port Adelaide and the Western Bulldogs, I think, played over there one season. Anyone in the chat who remembers that, please enlighten us. But they had played AFL in the UK, Han, many years ago, as I said. Han, you say, is the England series considered a T20 Ashes, or is it just any old series? Well, considering that the Ashes are not at stake, probably not. It's just an ordinary T20 series, but we know the rivalry between Australia and England over the years, for over 140 years. It's been a fierce rivalry. So you'll probably say it's just an ordinary T20 series. Once the Ashes comes next year, definitely both teams will be looking to try and get their earn in England and try and get it back. If you're an England supporter or Australian supporter, try and retain the earn after winning the Ashes last summer. But yeah, I think this T20 series against England will have big crowds, unlike tonight. And hopefully a lot of people will turn out and watch the games. But yeah, it's always a good battle between Australia and England. Any format, always that rivalry is center stage. Han, you say, Han? The Oval used to host every sport imaginable. First international soccer match was there. First England versus Scotland rugby match was there. Yes, I have seen that. I have seen those matches that you speak of being held there at the Oval. So definitely a rich history that the Oval has over its long history of hosting cricket and various other sports. So the West Indies, 9 for 145. Australia need 146 to win as we get ready for the second innings. Thanks for joining us, everyone. We're not far away from 400 subscribers, so I would like to tick off that milestone if we can tonight. We're 7 away from that, and I would like to equal Brian Lara's 400 not out if I can. So thanks, everyone, for tuning in and subscribing and liking the stream. Really appreciate it. Yeah, 393 subscribers. So if we can get that up to 400, I'll be very pleased. So we need 7 more to get there. Han, you say, I'm guessing that the Oval was pretty much a field with a pavilion back in those days. Yes, it was, Han. I did see early photos of the Oval back in the 1800s. It pretty much was, really. And pretty much you had wooden stands that were just makeshift wooden stands back in those days. Yeah, it just shows the progression of time. As the years and generations flow by, so does development and changes to cricket grounds. And that's what you don't see, the sense of connection to the past. And, many cricket grounds like the Adelaide Oval, the scoreboard, you got the Oval with the pavilion, Lords, the pavilion, Trent Bridge with the pavilion, Old Trafford with the pavilion. You have that connection to the past. Whereas other grounds are just concrete coliseums like the MCG or the, like the MCG, for example. You lose that historical value about it. I guess, you got to, adapt to the times that are ahead of you. And I forgot to mention the SCG from that list. One wonderful ground that is the SCG with the members and ladies pavilions. It just adds so much to the ground. If the SCG didn't have that, then it will just be like any other cricket stadium in the world that doesn't have a story or a soul or something. So I like the old with the new, which we don't see a lot from time to time, which is what's missing from cricket, really. It's a shame. We should see it more often in terms of grounds preserving that history and making sure that we preserve and keep that history intact with old pavilions and grounds such as those grounds I mentioned before. Shiv, hello. You're from India. Great to have you here. Welcome. Hope you're enjoying the stream, and thanks for joining us. Sharina, hello. I hope you're well. Thanks for joining us as we get ready for the second innings between Australia and the West Indies. We're just in the innings break. We're moments away from the match starting. Han, you say, have the old Aussie grounds lost some of the playing field over time? The Oval is similar now with the newer stands being on parts of the old outfield. Yes, Han. Yes. I don't think the MCG's been affected all that much. As we know, the MCG is the biggest ground in Australia. I don't think it's lost any of its playing field. The Adelaide Oval has. The boundary square of the wicket are a lot shorter because of the redevelopment, but still long, quite big down the ground. So it hasn't lost anything there. Yeah, a little bit with the redevelopment. I think the Gabba got bigger or smaller because it used to have a dog track around it for many years. I think that's gotten bigger or smaller over the years. I'm not sure about that, but I know in England it's a bit of a factor in terms of the grounds being affected. Okay, we're back. We're back, and Australia are about to begin this run chase. So let me get my stream up. Already, first ball of the over, and it's going to be Mayers to bowl to Warner, and Warner's off the mark. So good start from Australia, off the mark early. And David Warner opening the batting with Cameron Green. 145 runs Australia need to win. Let me update the score for everyone here. Second ball. The over, Mayers bowls to Green. Green tries to hit this as hard as he can out of the ground. In the end, it's a dot ball. So Australia. Sorry, let me try and fix that. So Australia none for one in the run chase. Cameron Green on strike, opening the batting tonight with David Warner. He drives back down the ground, and it's going to be cut off by Jason Holder for a single. Shiv, your question. Why West Indies are full of match winners, but their performance? Yeah, it's just been a bit inconsistent, Shiv. Yeah, the West Indies have all the talent. They have all the players that can play well. It's just they can't seem to put it together in a complete package, unfortunately. And that's what's happened. So it is disappointing. As Warner hits this to the boundary for 4, and that's through the mid-wicket region for 4. And David Warner hits his first boundary, and Australia are none for 6 with 2 balls left of the first over. And very good shot from David Warner. Poor delivery there from Mayers. That's not where you want to bowl it to, David Warner. And he is off and flying, as they say. Mayers bowls to Warner, and this is a top edge, racing away to the boundary for 4. And that's another boundary for David Warner. He swung hard there. And in the end, picks up another boundary, back-to-back boundaries for him. And Australia off to a good start in the first over of the run chase. David Warner, that's not where he wanted to hit the ball, but in the end, a top edge over the top of the keeper for 4, gets away with it. So we're really going to see David Warner and Cameron Green be aggressive. I don't think Cameron Green's going to change his game plan from India. And David Warner, as we know, he needs some runs as we progress closer and closer to this T20 World Cup. Mayers bowls to Warner. This has worked through square leg for a single to end the over. It's the end of the over. It's none for 11. Good start from Australia. First over of the run chase. There we go. Han, you say Old Trafford is being redeveloped again. When it is done, it will only be the old pavilion that remains, with lots of those red rectangles making up the stands. Yeah, it's they are redeveloping it with a new stand. As I saw when I was watching some of the games during the England summer there. That's the sad thing, really. You lose that historical value at grounds. But it's good that Adelaide Oval, Lords, Old Trafford, Trent Bridge, the Oval, the SCG, they still have, and Trent Bridge, they still have that historical value to the grounds in terms of the old pavilions and that. So, yeah, it's just a sign of modern times, but we've got to preserve the history. It's very important to do that. And we can't afford to not forget about that history. As Sheldon Cottrell bowls to David Warner. This one's a poor delivery down the leg side for 4. And not a good start from Sheldon Cottrell. Poor delivery down the leg side. David Warner was able just to flick that down the leg side for a boundary, an easy boundary. And the West Indies need to get their line and length right here. So 4 runs. So here we go. Cottrell to Warner. Bowls, and Warner outside edge and gone. And Sheldon Cottrell, the trademark salute and celebration from him. And David Warner is on his way. Australia lose their first wicket. And that is the end of David Warner. His short stay at the crease comes to an end, 14 off 6. And the West Indies got their first wicket in the run chase. So it's going to be Mitchell Marsh coming in at number 3 today as he makes his return to the Australian side. So David Warner gone. Didn't last long. Gone for 14. And Australia lose their first wicket. He had outside edge there from Warner and a simple catch for first slip and a good first wicket for Sheldon Cottrell after getting dispatched first ball for a boundary. Han, you say at Old Trafford they rotated the pitch by 90 degrees about 15 years ago. They bowled with the pavilion at the side now, not at one end. Yes, I have heard about that. That's quite unusual to do that, but I think they had their reasons. I think it wasn't it the greenhouses at Old Trafford with the sun shining down and the players couldn't see the ball. The batters and the bowlers couldn't see. I think that's why they changed it. Maybe you can enlighten me on that, Han. I did hear about something about that. That's why they made that change, because of the sun at Old Trafford. That's why they rotated the pitch. As you say, to 90 degrees. So with the pavilion now, it's now side on. So Mitchell Marsh, a new batter at the crease. He's out there with Cameron Green, WA teammates. They'll be hoping to get a partnership here and get Australia over the line. Cottrell bowl, short ball. Down the leg side, and Marsh was able to pull that behind square on the leg side for a couple of runs. He's off the mark. And Australia looking to try and get this done as quick as they can. So Cottrell into Marsh, down the leg side, and it's a wide. And not quite getting the line right. Sheldon Cottrell in this over. Han says they seem to cope with the sun there for 170 years. I think they wanted to have that hotel shown on TV a lot more, so they called it the Jimmy Anderson End and rotated the pitch. Well, yeah. Well, if they did it for over 170 years, since the 1800s, since the ground has been in operation. I don't think it would have been a problem, but they decided to do that. The ground authority to rotate the pitch as Cottrell bowls to Marsh, and Marsh pulls this through squared leg for a single. So good start from Australia. 1 for 20 after 1.4 overs, 2 balls remaining in the second over. So Cameron Green, what can he do? Had a good series in India. He'll be hoping to continue on the good form that he got in India and be looking to continue on that form against the West Indies. Cottrell bowls to Green, and Green hits it straight to Kyle Mayers at short third man, who puts down the catch. It went straight into the hands and he dropped it. Well, not what the West Indies wanted. And Cameron Green tried to glide this down to short third man. And in the end, it went straight into the hands of Kyle Mayers. And he put it down. That's the second drop catch we've seen tonight. David Warner dropped one. And now Kyle Mayers has dropped one. Should have been taken in the end. Green gets a life. Anyway, Cottrell bowls, swinging it. Oh, he's gone! Oh, Mitchell Marsh is gone. He's got 2 wickets in the over. An outside edge, and he's gone. It's 2 for 21 after 2. Mitchell Marsh is on his way, and the West Indies have started well in the run chase. They've picked up a couple of wickets. Warner and Marsh back to the pavilion. Yeah, Marsh went for the drive and got the outside edge. And for the second time, he's done the salute in the over, Sheldon Cottrell. And in the words of Richie Beno, it's 2... Sorry, I thought it was 2 for 22 there for a minute. It's 2 for 21, my mistake. So 2 for 21 after 2. And that is the end of Mitchell Marsh. He's gone for 3. Didn't last long, Mitchell Marsh, and he's come back after that ankle injury. Coming back into the side. He's gone. The West Indies have started well in the run chase. A couple of wickets. And that is the end of Mitchell Marsh. So Aaron Finch batting tonight at number 4. No Steve Smith in the side, so that's why Aaron Finch is batting at number 4. So he comes in. Australia 2 down for not many. And for the West Indies, a good start to the run chase. Get to your question here, Han. First ball, single for Green. Asari Joseph into the attack. And good start from the West Indies. Couple of wickets. Han, you say the old pavilion is not as impressive as Lord's, but is still iconic. And the last part of the history that remains. I think they see it as an eyesore and want a bowl of red rectangles if they can. That's a bit sad, isn't it, Han, if they think that way? It's the past. It's part of history. Once you knock it down, you can't rebuild it. Well, you can restore it, but it's been there since the ground was there back in the 1800s. As Joseph bowls to Finch, and in the end, it's a dot ball, no run. So Aaron Finch, important for him to score some runs. He had an okay series in India. As we have a look at Mitchell Marsh, that delivery that he got from Cottrell, try to go for the drive, unfortunately did not quite execute it well. John, you say thought that ball swung at first, but it was nothing, just a poor shot from Marsh. Yeah, it was a poor shot there. Mitchell Marsh coming back into the side after the ankle injury that ruled him out of the ODI series against New Zealand, and also the last 2 against Zimbabwe. So Joseph, another dot ball to Finch, and quick single there in the end. Nope, sorry. Aaron Finch called back Cameron Green. No run there. Han, you say, well, when you think of the history, the ends that Laker took 19 wickets on, where Warne bowled the ball of the century, are gone. Yeah, pretty much, because the pitch has been rotated and they're being demolished. Yeah. Jim Laker's 19 wickets in 1956 against Australia. Unbelievable performance by him. I read somewhere he went down to the pub to eat a sandwich or something after he took the 19 wickets that day at Old Trafford, and no one knew he was there. So that's a casual way of celebrating 19 wickets in a test. Just going down to the pub and just having a sandwich and a bite to eat. And obviously Shane Warne obviously bowled the ball of the century, of course, at Old Trafford. 1993 Ashes to Mike Gatting, who didn't know what happened to him. And wonderful piece of commentary from Richie Benaud. He's done it. Gatting has absolutely no idea what has happened to him. He still doesn't know. A wonderful piece of commentary from Richie Benaud to describe that moment from Shane Warne, the ball of the century. So Australia 2 for 23 and one ball left at the third over. So halfway through the power play. Not ideal to lose a couple of wickets, but David Warner and Mitchell Marsh, I should say, coming back after a long layoff. Joseph bowls to Green. This one's down the leg side onto the pads of Green, who works it behind square for a couple of runs. Be interesting to see if he got a bit of bat on that or it was leg buys. In the end, it's the end of the over. It's 2 for 24. A couple of leg buys to finish the over. 2 for 24. Thanks, everyone, for joining us today. Really appreciate it. It's been great fun as always. Make sure you subscribe and like the stream and share it and check out the podcast. It really does help on our YouTube channel. And we're not far away from 400 subscribers. We're around about 6 subscribers away from 400. So come on, we need 6 more runs, as they say, to get the quadruple century if we can. Like Brian Lara did for the West Indies against England. As Cottrell bowls to Finch. Finch works this to the offside for no run. Han, you say, are there any double stadiums in Australia like Headingley? I don't think so, Han. I don't think there are any double stadiums like Headingley. I know Headingley has the football stand behind it with the rugby ground, and then you have the cricket ground. In Australia, you have grounds that are close together and cross proximity to each other, but not the actual same ground back to back. More like apart, really. As that's a nice shot there from Finch, 4 runs to get his innings away. 5 runs he's on now. Some grounds in Australia, like sporting complexes, have grounds that are near each other, but not like Headingley. I can't think of any in Australia like that. They're more further apart from each other on the same, complex, but not back to back or anything like that. Close together like Headingley. It's more separated. I think there's a few grounds in Sydney that are like that. Same in Queensland that I could think of. But, yeah, not like Headingley, that's for sure. Couple of runs there for Finch. Australia going along nicely after the 2 wickets. John, you say, regarding the ball of the century, bowled in front of his pads or behind? Well, as Cottrell bowls to Finch, this is guided through point by Finch for a single. In the end, they come back for 2 runs, so good running. Another 2 onto the total. I'm just trying to remember. Was it in front of his pads or behind his? Well, it did spin a long way. It did bowl him behind his legs in a way, sort of. But a wonderful delivery nonetheless from Shane Warne. An absolute fluke, he said. An absolute fluke. And he couldn't do it again. But Cottrell bowls to Finch, and this is pulled to deep square leg for a single. Finch moves to 10. Good to see Aaron Finch in the runs. But what a delivery. What a delivery from the late Shane Warne. A wonderful piece of bowling and a wonderful piece of commentary from Richie Benaud as well. Arguably one of the best in the business when it comes to commentary. Richie Benaud. Sadly missed by all. And the Australian summers are not quite the same without his voice. Hans says, absolute fluke until he did it again to Strauss. Yeah. Oh, that Strauss delivery. It looked, he made Andrew Strauss look like an under-10s player or something, or had egg on his face or something there with that delivery. It just spun a mile from nowhere, outside off, came back, he walked across, clean bowled him. And he took 40-odd wickets in that Ashes series, Shane Warne. And they lost Australia. It's just unbelievable the way he bowled in that period, in that series. One of a kind cricketer. I had the pleasure of meeting him. As you can see by the poster behind me, he signed it. I had a photo with him. What a day that was to meet the legend that was Shane Warne. Sadly missed by all, that's for sure. But my word, one of the best leg spinners Australia ever had. Certainly up there with Richie Benaud and Clary Grimmett. And it's the end of the over. It's 2 for 35. And Australia going along nicely. A couple of overs left of the power play. They would like to make most of the last 2 overs. Jason Holder into the attack now. He bowls to Green, who pulls him through mid-wicket, over the rope for 6. What a shot from Cameron Green. This guy, I tell you what, we're going to be seeing him playing for Australia for a very long time. That was hit with authority. What a shot. It was short from Holder, sat up. Green just crunched him through mid-wicket, over the rope for 6. Well, he's picking up where he left off from the India series, Cameron Green. And I just shake my head and scratch my head. Why did we not select him in the T20 World Cup squad? Oh, he's going to be a star, that's for sure, Cameron Green. You can just see it. And Holder bowls to Green. Green pulls this through square leg this time, and he'll pick up a single. John, you say valet Richie, slip, slop, slap. Yes. One of Richie's lines over the years in his commentary. Slip, slop, slap out there today. Marvelous effort there. Really superstar. Classic Richie, and sadly missed. Brilliant captain, brilliant all-rounder. And, reading up about Richie Benaud, as I have a couple of books by him, very interesting to learn about how he came into cricket. And, a wonderful, wonderful human being. Sadly missed by all. And just a sad day when he passed. And Holder bowls to Finch. This is onto the pads of Finch, down the leg side, and Finch gets a boundary. So, not quite getting the line right here, Holder. And not a good start to the over. Hans says, so many great commentators sadly gone. Richie, Tony in the UK, Jack Bannister, Tony Lewis. Yes. John Eilert as well. Han. He commentated for the BBC for a while there. John Eilert, back in the days. He's pretty good. Brian Johnston was good for the BBC Test Match Special. Holder bowls, this is down the leg side, and it's a wide. No, not quarter wide. The umpire thought that was okay. A couple of balls left in the over. Many great commentators, especially in England, especially in Australia, around the world. And, I don't think so, Han. Maybe he did an Ashes series or 2. I'm not sure we got Henry Blowfield in Australia, but he was a good commentator as well. I'm not sure if he covered an Ashes series here in Australia. Maybe he did for the BBC. I just don't know when. Quick single there from Finch. Chops it back down into the ground for a quick single, Finch, and gets Green on strike. I forgot about Jim Maxwell. He's quite good in the radio commentary for ABC for many years, Jim. And he's still going, which is great to see. Listening to his voice over the summer. No, I don't think we did. Maybe. I'm not sure. Have you ever covered an Ashes series in Australia, Henry Blowfield? But yeah, he retired a few years ago, didn't he? Blowers as Green. Oh, what a shot from Cameron Green. Just muscles this through the point region for 4. A half century up for Australia, 2 for 51 from 5 overs. They're making mincemeat of this run chase. And Cameron Green, geez, this kid's got a lot of power. No wonder Justin Langer said, watch out for this kid when he was coach of WA. Geez, it hits the ball so cleanly and so hard and powerful. I just asked the question again, Australia, we should have him in the World Cup squad. He looks very good, Cameron Green. He's a serious player. And that's the end of the over. It's 2 for 51 after 5. We've got one more over, I should say, of the power play. And Australia making mincemeat of the run chase. Joseph comes back into the attack. None for 1 from his first server. He's going to be bowling to Finch, who's 15 off 12. Good to see Aaron Finch into the runs. And Aaron Finch faces Joseph. He bowls and Finch pulls him through square leg, behind square on the leg side for a couple of runs, I'm guessing. Yes. Good running, 2 runs. John, you say, yep, ABC, BBC radio back in the day, Blowers, Bang It On, Mrs. Muggles, Pies or some such. Han, you say, I remember Richie commentating on England versus West Indies in 97, 98, I think, and he had to announce today's episode of Star Trek is postponed due to the cricket. I'm a Star Trek fan. Richie, he was just one of a kind with the humor. Great sense of humor, Richie Beto. I think one of the lines he said during an Australian summer, well, something's got Greg Dyer in the eye. It's probably the ball. Watching one of those montages. And he said that one summer. Just the sense of humor that he had. Just one of a kind. Joseph bowls to Finch, and Finch works this behind square on the leg side for a couple of runs again, and Australia going along nicely in the power play. It is 2:55 with 1 over left of the power play, 3 balls left to be exact. Han, you say John Weir, he was unique. The James Bond villain is named after him. So, the West Indies have got a couple of wickets, but Australia have done well after Warner and Marsh went early. Joseph bowls to Finch, and Finch glides this down to third man for a single. 1 ball left. Sorry, a couple of balls left in the over. Han says, speaking of commentators, it was great hearing David Gower back in the Pakistan versus England series. Yeah, he was commentating that series when I was watching the series from time to time. I thought he was retired, but, comes back on when needed. David Gower. And actually, an interesting fact about this ground, Carrara Stadium, which is now known as Metricon Stadium. This is where David Gower flew over with a tiger moth back in 1990-91 during the Ashes. I've written it down for the live stream because I know people would remember that. People in the chat, do you remember that? As Cameron Green gets out bowled. Speak of the devil, Cameron Green got out bowled for 14, trying to crunch this one to the boundary again. And he is gone. Clean bowled, as Bill Laurie would say, bowled him neck and crop. I always loved Bill Lawry commentating. Speaking of commentators, Bill Lawry was one of my favourites. The enthusiasm that Bill had for cricket was infectious, unbelievable. And yeah, it's just not summer without them anymore, I'm afraid. But I suppose life and people pass on, and as we get older. But I always remembered that. Hearing those voices of Richie, Tony, Bill, Greg Chappell, every morning when I used to wake up for a test match, I always used to get excited for the cricket, but to hear those guys on Channel 9 was unbelievable. Glenn Maxwell into the attack, out in the middle. And what can he do, Glenn? He's got to have a good series against the West Indies in England. He had a poor series in India. He had 7 runs. His highest score was 6. So Glenn Maxwell a bit underwhelming in terms of his batting in that series. So Glenn Maxwell, what can he do? I'll get to your questions in the chat in a minute as I try and get back to the stream as Maxwell defends off Joseph for no runs. The end of the over, it's 3 for 56. And let us know in the chat, who were your favourite commentators? As we're talking about commentating, there's nothing much to talk about, to be honest. The match is pretty much going one way, but let's have a good discussion about commentators. So, commentating today, how do you rate commentating today? Do you think the modern day commentators are worse, or do you think they're better than Richie Benaud and those guys back in the day? Be interesting to hear your thoughts in the chat about that. Seeing that we're talking about commentators, I think some commentators just, put on that theatrical effect for no apparent reason, whereas Richie Benaud let the pictures do the talking, and people can see what's happening. You don't have to add much. Less is best, as Richie Benaud said. One of his sayings, a comedy of words. It's very important to have an economy of words. Say less. Less is best. Let the pictures do the talking. As the spinner, Carrara, comes into the attack, and this is a good delivery. Outside the off stump, no run. And playing a miss from Aaron Finch, tried to defend that. Unfortunately for Australia, didn't quite get an outside edge on that, so that's good signs. John, you say, I'll get to your question in a minute, as Carrara bowls to Finch, and this is work to the offside for a single. John, you say you have a Richie in your inflection. A lot of people have said that, John, about my voice. You've got a pretty good radio voice. I know when I had discussions with Gabe, he said, from Cricket for Americans, obviously, he said, you've got a very good sounding voice. And, you're perfect for commentary, he always said, which is nice of Gabe to say that. And also, thank you, John, for that. Richie's one of my idols. A brilliant person, Richie. I always learn off him. You can learn so much from reading his books and how he thought about the game, but also how he thought about commentary and how to keep it simple, which is fascinating to hear. Wonderful person, wonderful captain, brilliant leg spinner. We forget that. What a player he was. Never lost a series as Australian captain. So Maxwell, it straight up in the air, and he's gone. Oh, that's a big disappointment. Well, he's going to be trudging back off to the pavilion, Glenn Maxwell. He's gone for a duck, and Australia are 4 for 57. Well, Australia making it harder for themselves in this short run chase. Well, not chasing a big score. That's a nothing shot from Glenn Maxwell. I'm sorry. Nothing shot. What were you trying to achieve there? Trying to hit that out of the Gold Coast. I thought he was trying to do there. Glenn Maxwell, he didn't quite succeed. He's gone for a duck. It's 4 for 57. Or, for our international viewers, it's 57 for 4. And for some reason in Australia, we always say it the other way around. But that is the correct traditional way to say the score. 57 for 4, but 4 for 57 for our Australian viewers. So I don't know why we say that, but we always do in Australia. I don't know. It'd be interesting to see how that came about. It's quite interesting learning about the game's history, where these terms came from, as Tim David arrives at the crease. Now, a bit of a reminder for everyone, we are playing with the new laws and the playing conditions. Even though it doesn't matter, the batters crossed, Tim David will be on strike as the new batter. So that's something that the ICC got in from the 100. I don't think it's a big thing, to be honest. But anyway, that's some of the playing conditions that have been changed in this current updation of the laws, which come into effect this month. So Tim David, what can he do? He had a good last game in India, got a half century in his third game. Australia desperately wanted him in the side. He's in the side. What can he do? So Carrara bowls to David, and it's a dot ball defended. But thank you, John, for that. I really appreciate that compliment, and thank you. Han says Sky retired him. They wanted younger players. This is about David Gower. Yeah, I did hear about that. Was that the same with Ian Burtham as well, Han? Obviously. John says a touch of Richie. Yes, Richie's memory lives on in me, I suppose, in the way he used to speak. So elegant, Richie. Just wonderful, wonderful person. Han says, reminds me of Richie and also Jack Bannister. I haven't heard about Jack Bannister. Tell me more about him, Han. I'd like to learn about things. Tell me more about Jack Bannister. Was he a commentator in England on the radio, BBC, Test Match Special? Han, you say, did you often get the insanity of David Lloyd on commentary in Australia? Yes. David Lloyd commentated for Channel 9 during the Ashes in 2006-07 and during the 2013-14 Ashes, where Australia won 5-0 against England. So, yes, I do like David Lloyd. I think he's a good commentator. And he's now retired now from Sky as well. But we've had him over the years in Australia, Han. And I always used to looking forward to David Lloyd's commentary. You know, has a bit of fun, very different style to Richie. He was more serious and, you know, doing the job proper, whereas David Lloyd was just having fun. I always used to like his pitch reports, you know. He used to be at random destinations doing the pitch reports for Sky over the years. So that was quite funny. You're a comedian, you know. You need a bit of laughter in this world. There's too much sadness. As Han says, nobody is better than Richie. Yeah, exactly right. As Holder bowls to Finch, and this is a dot ball to begin the 8th over. Yeah, Richie Benaud, you know, he's always the legend of cricket commentary. And reading about his life and about his story, you know, how he came into the New South Wales side as a young man in the 40s and in the 30s and 40s and that period, and then came to play for Australia in the 50s. It's quite a remarkable story from him. And it's just a brilliant person, Richie Benaud. As this has worked into mid-wicket for a couple of runs by Finch, he moves on to 23 from 21. Tim David on strike. Yet to get off the mark. Run rate is 7. Australia 4 for 58. They're making it harder for themselves, Australia. It could have been a lot simpler, this run chase. In the end, some poor shots, especially from Glenn Maxwell. Han, you say Jeffrey Boycott was an entertaining commentator. Yeah, he was. You know, he didn't hold back, didn't he? Over his time as a commentator. Hello. Crick 7. I'm in Australia. That's where I'm from, Australia. And David defends this off Holder, back down the pitch, no run. Crick 7, to answer your question, hello and welcome. And I'm in Australia. So I'm 100% Australian. That's where I'm from. But thanks for coming. John Weir, you say there is a lot of white space to fill. I always like listening to Ian Healy. Yeah, I didn't mind Heels. And then you also had Tubby and there's other guys as well. As Tim David pulls this high into the air over down to deep square legs throat. And Tim David is gone, and Australia are 5 for 58. What is going on? In the words of Bill Lawry, is all happening here on the Gold Coast. He's gone for a duck, Tim David. What was he doing? He pulled it. It was a short ball from holder. Didn't quite time it. Down to the toe end of the bat and hit it straight down deep square legs throat. Well, that is the end of Tim David. His stay is short-lived. He's gone for a duck, and Australia are 5 for 58. The West Indies, is there a bit of hope? Can they pull off an upset? We shall see. There's still a long way to go in this match, but if you're an Australian supporter like myself, I'm not really happy at the moment. It's just poor shot selection. You know, we don't see that very often from batters these days. The smartness about the game. You've got to be smart. I talked about that with one of our guests that we've had on the podcast as Matthew Wade comes to the crease in Graham Winter, who was a first-class cricketer for South Australia, now a sports psychologist. In the book he wrote, Mindful Cricket, he talked about playing smart cricket and how often we don't see that from players and they become a bit reckless. So we've seen that already tonight from Tim David and Glenn Maxwell. I'm sorry, but you've got to be a bit better than that. We can't. Australia can't afford to do that during the T20 World Cup. I'm just sorry. It's just not good enough. Got to be a bit smarter than that. It's not about bashing the ball in T20 cricket. It's about finesse, timing, pick the gaps, do the basics. At least Matthew Wade would do that. And he's had a pretty good time of it, Matthew Wade. Good series in India. It's the end of the over. It's 5 for 58 after 8. I'll get to everyone's questions. There's so many questions in the chat. Great conversation as always, everyone. Loving the conversation. And we're going to have fun. That's what we're here. Having fun, talking cricket. I can talk cricket all day, that's for sure. So great to talk cricket with everyone. John, you say, Jack, give us a 2 for 222. All right, John, if you're listening, it's the end of the over. It's 2 for 222, in the words of Richie Benaud. That famous scoreline he always used to say, 2 for 22, or I think it was George Bailey who did a thing for Channel 9 about Richie Benaud, and the other Australian players did, trying to imitate Richie Benaud. And he said, Daphne, what time that train leaves the station? 2:22? It was quite funny watching that, actually. You can watch that on YouTube. Something that Channel 9 did with the players trying to imitate Richie Benaud. And everyone does it. You know, even I do it. Because he's just a great player, Richie. Han, you say yes, they retired Botham, Boycott, and Gower. Yeah. I suppose you got to move on, and get the younger people get into the profession. Renell, good to see you back, Renell. Carrara is a good spinner for Trinidad and Tobago. Red Force, but absolutely surprised he got a wicket, and it's Maxwell. Yeah, it wasn't a good shot there from Glenn Maxwell. Straight up in the air, and that was the end of him. Yet again with Glenn Maxwell, at times he just doesn't bat smart. And it's so frustrating because he's so much more. He's a very good player. It's a match winner. But at times he just has brain fades that, I've got to play this shot. You don't need to do that. Where's the smartness? Where's the, match awareness? Han, you say Jack Bannister was a county player for Warwickshire and then became a commentator. He was similar to Richie in that he was softly spoken. I will try and find a clip and tweet it to you. I appreciate that, Han. Thank you. Be glad to read up about him and hear his commentary. John, you say Bill Lawry was the internal optimist. Australia is 9 for 147, need 300 to win. Great opportunity for the new batsman to make a name for himself. Well, he was, Bill. He was a character, but a very fine player. People forget that about Bill Lawry. He scored that famous 100 on the Battle of the Ridge, Lord's Test match, 1961. Richie Benaud was out because he was injured with his shoulder, And the great Neil Harvey captained Australia for the first time and won the test, and England lost. And he was battered and bruised, Bill, the batter off the ridge, because a pipe ran underneath the pitch at Lord's, creating a bit of a ridge. And when the ball hit it, it would skid up. And facing Truman and Statham, two very fine bowlers, it was one brilliant innings from Bill Lawry. And we tend to forget that with Bill. He's a fine opener. Richie Beno said to him, Bill, I don't care how long you bat for. Just bat, I don't care how long you bat, just bat. And he did his job very well. It's the end of the ninth over. It's 5 for 62. Matthew Wade on 2, Aaron Finch on 24. Australia need a partnership, get back and going in this run chase. So 5 for 62 after 9 overs. Need 146 runs to win, Australia. Renell, you say Australia reversing my prediction. I said they will win the series or warm up 2-0. I think they'll still win, Renell. It's just not ideal to be 5 down for 62. I think there's been some poor shot selection and some poor match awareness, to be honest. So, yeah, not very good. Let's hope Aaron Finch, Matthew Wade can get a partnership here. It only takes one good partnership. You're chasing 146. It's not like you're chasing 180 or 190 or something like that. Then Australia would have been in trouble. But let's just try and bat smart and try and get over the line. That's the main thing. And that's what Australia need to do. So Odin Smith did pretty well with the ball coming into the attack. And he'll bowl his first over to Wade, who defends this for no run. Han, you say it would have been better to keep the older commentators, team each one up with a younger commentator and phase them out over time, not just retire them all in one go. Yeah, well, that's their decision, I suppose, the executives at Sky wanting some new voices and some new ideas. Sort of that mentorship, really, which is important. Han, you say, I love the good-spirited arguments between Boycott and Greg. Well, yeah. Richie Bennett, not Richie Bennett, Bill Lawry and Tony Greig had a good relationship. They had a few good arguments over the years and a good relationship at their time commentating for Channel 9 over the years. As Matthew Wade pulls this down to the final leg boundary for 4, past the keeper and Nicholas Puran, the captain, and a very good shot there from Wade. And the West Indies have done pretty well to get 5 wickets, but it's been mainly Australia's fault, really, in terms of their batting. As Smith bowls to Wade, tries to work this through point on the offside, and there's no run. Han, you say, I am using these Aussie batsmen to time eggs. Maxwell was a nice soft-boiled one. Yes. Well, yet again, disappointing, unfortunately, with the Maxwell performance tonight. As Smith bowls to Wade. Wade hits him over the top through the offside for a single. And Australia 567. Hello, Asjad. Hope you're well. Thanks for joining us. Hope you're well, Asjad. Hope you're doing well. I've been watching the latest videos from Cricket for Us 2.0. Make sure you go over to subscribe to Asjad. Very good person. Also knows his cricket. Very knowledgeable. And, if you want to know about Pakistan cricket or world cricket, he's your guy. And we've had him on the podcast a couple of times as well. And a single there from Finch worked through point for 1. 1 ball left of the 10th over, halfway through this innings. Asjad, you say, I'm good, thanks. Just saw this. Thanks, Asjad. I hope you're well and been enjoying the content you've been pushing out of late. It's been good, especially the conversations with cricket connoisseur Aaron. Go over and check him out, of course. But thanks, everyone. Let's get some more subscribers. And as Jed says, subscribe. We need you to subscribe, support us. I'm just going to have some fun with the podcast, let's have some fun like we're doing tonight. Talk about cricket. Forget about the world for a few hours. That's what we're doing. We had a great conversation about commentators. And last ball from Wade is a short ball. Try to pull it. He's remonstrating with the umpire, Matthew Wade. Sure, that was above the shoulder. The square leg umpire says, "What are you talking about?" It wasn't over the shoulder. Get on with it, Matthew Wade, he says. End of the over, it's 5 for 68. After 10, halfway through. And Australia, 5 for 68. Look, to be honest, it's been poor batting from Australia. There's been some poor shot selection tonight. Glenn Maxwell was disappointing. Tim David was disappointing. Also, it could have been a lot easier, this run chase tonight. And Australia 5 for 68. And it just reflects in how they batted tonight. Thank you, Asjad. No worries. You're doing great work. Asjad, you're closing in on 10,000 runs or subscribers. I always used to put a cricket spin on these things. So 10,000 runs you're approaching, Asjad. Let's get to Asjad's 10,000 run mark. And I'm pretty sure we're nearly to 400 as well. I want to try and beat Brian Lara tonight if we can in this live stream. So let's try and do it because, let's get to that 400 mark for us. And also, Asjad, thanks for joining us. John, you say, of course, Billy Birmingham was the greatest commentator. Yes, he was, John. Always interesting hearing Billy Birmingham, the 12th man tapes. Quite funny over the years. For any of those who haven't listened to Billy Birmingham's tapes or CDs, have a listen to them. They're quite hilarious. As Carrara bowls to Finch, and Finch sweeps this ball down the leg side to the fine leg boundary for 4. And it's good to see Aaron Finch scoring some runs. He's on 30 off 28. Wade's on 8 off 9. That's the 8th boundary for Australia with 1-6. So, check out the 12th man. He's quite hilarious, Billy Birmingham. Did watch an interview he did with one of the commentators, Robert Craddock, on Fox Sports. He talked about the 12th man and that. So if you can access that, go and listen to that interview. It's quite interesting to learn about Billy and his story and how he came about to imitate those great commentators of Richie Benaud, Tony Gregg, Bill Lawry, and Ian Chappell, who recently retired from commentary. Ian Chappell, a very good Australian captain, and he spoke his mind. Let's just say that. Very forefront, no nonsense type person. He was like that as a player, and he was like that as a commentator. As Carrara bowls to Finch, this one's worked through square leg for a single, and we've got 1 ball left of the 11th over. Asjad, you say Richie Benaud, Tony Gregg, and Michael Holding are my oldies but goodies. Yeah, they're very good. Asjad, I think many people would agree with you there. Michael Holding, Whispering Death. He was a wonderful bowler, and no wonder he had Whispering Death as a nickname, which I think Dickie Bird gave him, the former Test umpire. He was a very good umpire, Harold Bird. Gave him that nickname because he couldn't hear it. And it was sort of like his voice, that smooth, silky, refined sort of voice. It sort of reflected, his commentary sort of reflected his bowling, more refined, Whispering Death. It's a shame that we can't hear Michael Holding anymore, unfortunately, because he's retired. But anyway. So Australia 5 for 75 after 11 overs, making a lot of hard work about this run chase. It's not ideal to be 5 down for 75, but as Sheldon Cottrell comes back to the bowling crease, he's got 2 wickets for 20 next to his name. He's done pretty well. We've seen the trademark salute from him. tonight a couple of times, and great to see that. Great to see players having fun and being themselves rather than being robots. It's very important just to be yourself. Cottrell bowls to Finch, and this is a full toss outside off stump, driven through the covers for 4. And the cover fielder gave up on that and said, I'm not chasing that. That's going to the rope, crashes into the boundary toe below cushions, and Aaron Finch moves on to 35. Now, it's a poor delivery from Cottrell, full toss, outside off stump. The only thing you were going to get out of that ball was a boundary, and that's what happened. So the West Indies, they're in a good position here. This partnership is the dangerous one for them. If they break it, 6 down, could be interesting. Quick single from Finch. And the backup throw, the fielder who was backing up the throw, I think it was King, got hit on the face. So we have a look on the replay, a throw there from the fielder. And the ball just bounced up and knocked, Brandon King on the cheek, right on the side of the face. He's okay. I'm pretty sure the physio will probably come out and just check him out there with concussion, but I think that's what they're doing now. So we've got a bit of a delay for Brandon King, got hit on the side of the face with the ball. After that throw came in and hit him straight into the side of the face. So the physio for the West Indies will check him out to make sure he's okay. Bipar, is that how you pronounce your name? I'm sorry if I got your name wrong there. You say, do you think omission of Hetmeyer from West Indies squad will cost them very much? Your opinions? He's definitely a valuable player for them. It's not ideal, but that's what the decision they've made, the West Indies, in terms of him being left out of the squad due to him missing his flights and all that. So, he'll definitely be a big blow for them. We can see what he can do. He's very talented. But unfortunately for the West Indies, he won't be participating in this World Cup. So it'll definitely have an impact on them in terms of their batting. So as we saw tonight, he could have been very useful. Unfortunately, he's not here. And the West Indies have to adapt without him in the side. Definitely a big blow for him. Asjad, you say, but now I really like Michael Atherton. Yeah, he's quite good, Michael Atherton. Very good pundit on the game. He knows what he's talking about. As Cottrell balls to Wade, and this is a short ball and pulled away behind square on the leg side for 4. And Matthew Wade getting the job done. 12 off 11. That's what we want to see from Matthew Wade. He's been a good finisher, Matthew Wade. He's been underrated over the last few months to a year, I think. He's been a very good player for Australia in the T20 arena for some time. Had a good series in India. And he's having a good start here to the West Indies series. Cottrell bowls again. This one's down the leg side and 4 more. Down to the fine leg boundary for 4. Poor delivery from Cottrell. 3 boundaries in the over and a single. The West Indies, things are starting to unravel. Yeah, nothing delivery there from Cottrell. Just short down the leg side. And 4 runs was the result. Which is not what you want. John says, if the West Indies get up tonight, Gabe will be insufferable. Well, yeah, he will be. He would be happy if they do get the job done, Gabe, about his West Indies. Let's hope the West Indies can return to some sort of their best. It's just sad how they've dropped off over the years since they had that great team. Unfortunately, it hasn't gone well for them since. Han, you say, I prefer Ian Bishop to Michael Holding. Ian Bishop's quite good. Very good studier of the game, commentator, and former fast bowler himself for the West Indies. Cottrell bowls to Finch. This one's an outside edge, and it races down to the third man boundary for 4. End of the over, it's 5 for 93 after 12. So a big over for Australia, 5 for 93, and 4 boundaries in that over and 2 singles. So Sheldon Cottrell did not get the line right or the length in that over. So the West Indies, a chance, an opportunity to try and cause an upset or to win this match. Unfortunately, 5 for 93, the end of 12 overs for Australia. And the West Indies just starting to lose control of this match, which is not what you want. You want to take wickets. You got them 5 down. A couple of wickets here could be interesting. All right, so Matthew Wade will be on strike to Joseph. He's back into the attack. 2 overs, 1 for 6. And the West Indies, what can they do? What can they do here? They need some control in the bowling. It's been a bit wayward since they got the wicket of David. This partnership between Finch and Wade. 40 for Finch. Good to see him in the runs of 33 balls. Wade, 17 off 13. We've got 12 overs done in the book. 5 for 93. What can they do? Joseph runs up. He bowls. This one's short of length. Pulled away behind square. On the leg side for a single. Han, you said, speaking of the podcasts, I listened to podcasts at night. I had Jack's on a playlist. I heard this smoothing voice as I went to sleep. Woke up to Gabe's voice. Well, you know, Gabe is Gabe, and you know it's quite interesting to hear him speak about the game and his thoughts about the game of cricket. As Joseph bowls to Finch, this one's pushed to Jason Holder, who's at mid-on for a single. So this partnership, 36, and it's getting Australia back on track. Very important for Australia to make sure this partnership is there at the end, and they should get this job done. So Aaron Finch, Matthew Wade have added 18 runs together in this partnership for the 37. The West Indies, 5 for 95. As Joseph bowls to Wade. Wade tries to drive this through the offside, but he gets it inside edge, and it goes behind square on the leg side for a single. So Australia doing it in singles. That's pretty good. Well, thanks everyone for joining us. And a reminder to like the stream. Make sure you share the stream. We've got 34 likes for the stream. And make sure you subscribe to the podcast. We've got 6 more to get to 400. Can we get there tonight? The race is on. Australia racing to their total of 146. But can we race to our target of 400 subscribers? We're 6 runs away from that. I would like to knock off that milestone today, if we can. It would be good to tick over that milestone, which would be a fantastic effort if we can do that. And just so overwhelmed by the support that the podcast has received over the last year since we've started. And it's been great. It's been great fun. So Joseph, 2 balls left. He's going to bowl to Finch. 43 or 35 he's on. We talked about the crowd earlier. Not a big crowd in at Metricon Stadium in the Gold Coast. Hopefully we see more on Friday at the Gabba for game 2. And Joseph bowls to Finch. This is a foolish delivery driven through the covers from Finch for a single. And he moves on to 44 or 36. 1 ball left of the 13th over. And Australia just restoring some calmness about their innings after a frenetic start, losing those 5 wickets. And it wasn't great batting at the start. Poor shot selection. But hopefully this partnership of Finch and Wade can get the job done. 395. Well, make sure we can cross that 400 mark. We're 5 away from that now. Joseph bowls to Wade, and he bowls a Yorker, well dug out from Wade. Trickles onto the leg side, and they'll scamper through for a quick single. And speaking of hundreds and that, the 100 is up for Australia. 5 for 100 after 13. We've got 7 overs remaining. And Australia, they need around about 46 more runs to win. And we'll update the score for everyone. So, 7 overs remaining. You think this partnership now should get Australia over the line. But what are your predictions in the chat? What do you think? Can the West Indies still come back? Or do you think Australia have got this match in the bag? Han says, Finch is looking on good nick. Yeah, he is. It's good to see Aaron Finch scoring some runs for once, Han. 44 of 36. It's good to see him scoring some runs. He's been struggling. And I do feel that this will be Aaron Finch's last T20 World Cup. And barring the result, I think for him and Warner, I think it will be their time after this T20 World Cup is over. As Jason Holder returns, 20 off 16 for Matthew Wade. He's on strike to Holder. He's 1 for 17 off 2. Holder runs in, he bowls. And that one's down the leg side on the angle. He's going right arm over the right arm around the wicket to Wade, the left-hander, angled in, and Wade gets a single. And Aaron Finch back on strike. John says, seriously, back to the cricket, the batting order selection doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Green's choice as an opener is interesting. They did mess up the top order. Yeah, it's quite interesting tonight. Aaron Finch batting at number 4. No Steve Smith. I think that's what everyone wants, John. I think Steve Smith, his spot is questionable in this side. So Australia just wanted to try something different. You know, Aaron Finch, I'll bat down the order and probably take the heat off me rather than opening the batting. I think just as Holder bowls to Finch, tries to cut it, but he cuts it into the ground for no run. I think that's what they were trying to do tonight, obviously. And you've got to remember David Warner's coming back after a long layoff. Didn't play the last ODI against New Zealand, didn't play in India. Mitchell Marsh hasn't played since the first ODI against Zimbabwe. So he hasn't played a lot of cricket. So they were a bit rusty tonight. You would say poor shot selection from Glenn Maxwell, Tim David. Didn't need to do that at that time. And, you know, Aaron Finch and Matthew Wade going about it nicely. You know, batting smartly. It's not all about crash and bang. If there's a poor ball, which there has been from the West Indian bowlers, they've dispatched it to the boundary, either 4 or 6. And that's what they've done. So, yeah, they're trying different things, I suppose, in this series against the West Indies. And then probably they'll try things again against England as well. Be interesting to see what they do. But tonight, they've gone in with Finch at 4, Green to open after what he did in India. I thought he was going to bat down the order. But they've stuck with him to open the batting with Warner, Finch at 4, and then Steve Smith's out of the side. And then you have Maxwell, David, and Marsh and Wade. So, yeah, interesting selections tonight with the batting order. Let's see if Australia continue that into the next game, which will be on Friday. So 3 runs off the over. Jason Holder 1 for 20, 2 balls left off the 14th. Aaron Finch 4 runs away from a half century. Can he bring it up? Holder runs in, he bowls. And this one's onto the pads, and Finch was able to work this behind square on the leg side to deep backward square leg for a single, and he moves on to 47. Han, you say, are Australia going to be playing all over the country in the World Cup, or they are going to be pretty much based at one ground? Well, Han, they're going to be playing all around the country. So they're going to be playing at the SCG, MCG, the Gabba, Adelaide Oval, and that's about it. I think. What other, and Optus State? No, yeah, Optus Stadium. Yes, in Perth. So basically, Adelaide, Sydney, Melbourne, Brisbane, Perth. That's it. So that's pretty much where they're going to be playing their games in the Super 12 stage. So all around the country, and as Wade tucks this behind square on the leg side for a couple of runs. A very good judge of those 2 runs there from Matthew Wade. It's the end of the over. It's 506. To answer your question, Han, pretty much all around the country for those Super 12 matches. Yeah, there is. There's a lot of double headers in this T20 World Cup. When I had a look at the fixture, and there's a lot of double headers. So basically, what they've done is basically you're going to have 2 teams play at the same venue. So, for example, Australia play England at the MCG, and then you have another match from Group 1, like New Zealand versus a qualifier or something. They're going to have a lot of double headers in this T20 World Cup in the afternoon and also in the evening. And it's sort of based on the groups as well. We're going to keep one group at this venue, and then you're going to play 2 games here at the Gabba for this group, and then another group you're going to play games in Sydney or Melbourne. That's how they've done it this time around with the fixture. As Carrara, the spinner, comes back on, bowls to Wade to dot ball to begin proceedings in this over. So that's how they're doing it for this T20 World Cup, Han, in terms of how they've gone about it with the fixtures. John says, yes, it's all ducks and drakes after all. Most of this is a warm-up. Yeah, that's right. Look, nothing really important in this series. Same against England. The trophy that matters is the T20 World Cup. And for Australia, it's good to have problems like this. It's good to have problems that you need to fix. And you can't be complacent about that. And they'll be honest with themselves after this match about how they batted. As Carrara bowls to Finch, and this is hit to the man at cover for no run. Jihan says, where's Gabe? Well, he's pretty much sleeping. Jihan, it's around about 4:30 in the morning over there. So he will be asleep, but no doubt he'll be checking the score in the morning when he wakes up, that's for sure. So Finch blocks this, pushes this, I should say, through point on the offside for a single. Good rotation of strike, pick off the singles. 48 now for Aaron Finch. Good to see Finch getting into the runs, a couple of runs from a half century. Raise the bat, acknowledge it, and focus on the job, which is getting these runs to win the game. Han says, even the biggest distance between grounds in England, Durham to Southampton, is a shorter distance than Sydney to Melbourne. Yeah, it is. Sydney and Melbourne's not far away. It's only an hour flight, I think. Same from Adelaide to Sydney. It's around about an hour. Same to Melbourne as well from Adelaide. It's an hour. The longest journey, I think, Han, is Perth, especially when you're traveling to Brisbane or Sydney or cities that are on the other side of the country. It's quite a long way from Perth. It's quite a long flight. So teams traveling from Perth will experience that in this T20 World Cup. So that's the biggest distance of travel. But other cities, quite close together. And it's only around about an hour between them, I think, for most of them, if you're flying from one to the other. As Wade faces Carrara's last ball of the over, and he pushes it back down the ground for a dot ball. It's the end of the over. It's 509. The 50 partnership is up as well, 109 for 5. We've got to keep our international viewers happy. 109 for 5, but if you're from Australia, it's 5 for 109. For some apparent reason, we'll say it the other way around. I think it goes back to when the game came to Australia. We just always said that on the scorecards. Maybe someone in the chat could enlighten us with that fact. So 5 overs remaining, 509. Australia looking pretty good with this partnership of 50 plus. Han, you say, do the conditions vary a lot from city to the next? Yes, they do. So Sydney is different to Adelaide. Perth's different to Brisbane. Brisbane and Perth are similar because of the pace and the bounce in the surface, because of the soil. It's quite rock hard. Whereas you go to Adelaide, it's not fast and bouncy. Brisbane is bouncy and fast. Same with the Wacker. Sydney's not really that fast. It's more slow. Same with the SCG. So they do vary. The Adelaide Oval's pretty good for batting, but it's not that fast. Since they put the drop-in surface in when the ground was redeveloped. As Smith bowls, he bowls to Finch, who works this through mid-wicket. The mid-wicket fielder misfielded it, and they'll come back for 2, I think. And they will bring up Aaron Finch's half century. Well played, Aaron Finch. 50 runs off 45 balls. And important runs for Aaron Finch. He's been under pressure for the last few months. And I hope that's answered your question, Hans. They do vary from venue to venue. But when people make the assumption that all pitches in Australia are fast and bouncy, that's not the case. It's only Brisbane and Perth that are fast and bouncy. Everyone else is different pace and variation. Swing and a miss from Finch outside off stump, and there's no run. Jihan, you say Sydney used to be a raging turner in the 90s. Yeah, it used to be a turning track, not anymore. And that's why Australia always had this discussion about playing 2 spinners in Sydney. And I always say to myself, we don't need to play 2 spinners in Sydney anymore. It's not what it used to be. It's not like you're going to play Warne or McGill or Colin Miller, as Australia used to do back in the day when they used to go to Sydney. As Jihan says, I remember Australia playing 1 fast bowler, 3 spinners in the 99 Sydney test, McGrath, Miller, McGill, and Warne. Yes. But Australia always have this assumption that we've got to pick 2 spinners for Sydney. And I say we don't need 2 spinners. Nathan Lyon's good enough to do the job. He's got 400 test wickets, and it doesn't spin as much as it did back in the day, as you were referring to there, Jihan, where Australia used to pick 3 spinners in the one match. And they were pretty good spinners as well. Shane Warne, Colin Miller could bowl medium pace and bowl his off spinners. And obviously, McGill was pretty good. Often did not get much opportunities because of Shane Warne in the side. So, yeah, Australia had some good spinners back then, obviously. And since then, not much. Nathan Lyon's been the standout, and it's going to be interesting to see who replaces Nathan Lyon when he does eventually retire. As Smith bowls to Wade, he pulls this through mid-wicket, and he'll get a couple of runs, very quick between the wickets, Wade, and he'll get a couple of runs. Good running. Just a short delivery there from Smith, and Wade was able to pull that through mid-wicket for a couple of runs. Very good shot. John, you say at Han Solo, not as much in T20. It does depend off the weather, and right now the East Coast is in a weird weather pattern. Yeah, it's been a lot of rain in Australia over the last few days. As Smith gets dispatched by Wade. Is that gone over the rope for 6? I think it's 1 bounce 4. There we go. Good finish to the over from Wade. End of the over, it's 5 for 118. Very good shot there from Matthew Wade. 5 for 118. Jihan, you say Lord Pope was someone who had a lot of potential in the Under-19 World Cup a few years ago. Yeah, he did. Plays for the Sydney Sixers, Lord Pope, but he's from South Australia. And yes, he did show some promise. He did take 7 wickets in that Under-19 World Cup match that he played in. We also have Tanvir Sangha as well. He's been promising. I know he's got a bit of an injury. So that set him back a bit for the start of the summer. But he looks pretty good from what I've seen in the Big Bash for the Thunder and what he's done for Australia at under 19 level, etc. So he's being talked about as one potential candidate. But it is interesting to see what Australia will do when the time comes for Nathan Lyon to eventually retire, which is the next step for the selectors in their quest to try and select a spinner for the side. As Holder bowls to Finch, this one's on the pads of Finch. He'll scamper through for a leg bye as the umpire touches or taps his thigh to signal to the scorers it's a leg bye. Very important part of the game, the scorers. And also umpires as well. Very important part to keep the game running. Make sure it's we've played within the laws of the game as well. The West Indies took 5 wickets. They were in with a chance, and all of a sudden this partnership's taking the game away from them. 27 off 23. And Matthew Wade getting the job done again. It's good to see Matthew Wade scoring runs. He's been finishing well. He had a good series in India. I thought he was one of the standout batters for Australia in India, along with Green and probably Tim David. The rest, not so much. As Wade faces Holder, this one's angled down the leg side onto the pads of Wade. It spills out behind square on the offside for a leg bye. 26 off 22 now for Australia. So a reminder, game 2 of this series is on Friday. And we'll be back live streaming that match on Friday, but we'll be doing the second innings. We won't be doing the full match. I'll be just only doing the second innings of that match on Friday against the West Indies from the Gabba. Holder bowls to Finch. This one's into the pads. Finch tried to hit this over mid-wicket. Couldn't connect. It's a dot ball. So that's the next game on Friday. So that will be at the Gabba. Same time as this one. So Jason Holder, he's going to be one of the big bowlers for the West Indies in this T20 World Cup. They're going to rely on him with this bowling attack as he bowls to Finch, and Finch drives back down the ground for 4. Very good shot from Aaron Finch, and very good shot. 4 runs, 22 now for Australia to win. Han says, is it most likely that Australia will use a batsman to bowl part-time spin if they don't think there is anyone to replace Lyon? Well, we've got Marnus Labuschagne and Travis Head in the side who can bowl off spin and leg spin. You've got Steve Smith who can bowl leg spin as well. But I think they'll probably do that if they feel like they need to. But, you know, you've got Mitchell Swepson, who's young. Well, he's in his late 20s, but, you know, he's already played Test cricket for Australia. He's played in Pakistan and Sri Lanka, and I thought he did okay in Sri Lanka. He struggled a bit in Pakistan, Mitch, but in Sri Lanka he got better, and he got wickets in that first Test, which Australia won by 10 wickets. The second Test he bowled okay. So I think he'll be the next cab off the rank, I think. Australia is a very hard place to bowl spin, especially for off spinners. It's surprising that Nathan Lyon has taken 200 Test wickets at home in his career. So yeah, it's quite interesting. See what they do there, Han. I'm not sure. End of the over. It's 5 for 127. There's 3 overs left. And the time has flown by very quickly, as it usually does in T20 cricket. So at least the over rate's improved, I suppose. And we'll see that in the Big Bash with the new over rate rules there and playing conditions. Hopefully the teams can bowl their overs in 70 minutes, which is a very rare thing to do in modern day cricket with the over rates. Quite appalling. It's, you know, very hard to bowl 90 overs in 6 hours. We often have to do it in 6.5 hours in Test cricket. Han, you say you have seen with England that they threw away, in that awful Dom Bess because, well, he is a spinner even if he's garbage. Oh, yeah, well, they did what they haven't really produced good quality spinners, haven't they, England? Well, they've had some good spinners that have done well. Going back to the old days, they had, Derek Underwood. Was he classed as a spinner? He was more of a bowler who cut the ball. And on wet pitches, he often was a nightmare to face, especially when Australia played that test at Headingley with Fusarium on the pitch. You know, that weird fungus disease that was a brown, dry surface. And the rest of the square was green. And they rolled out that test in that Ashes test back in the day, and he took tons of wickets. And you've also had Graham Swan, who did quite well. And then you tried Monty Panesar, and then you tried Mason Crane and other guys as well. So, yeah. Well, you got to try someone, even if you think, well, we'll try him, we'll give him a go, see what he can do, and see if he can cope at the level. I think with Dom Bess, given his time, again, he'll probably do things a bit differently, but, he'll be better for that experience in terms of improving and getting better as a player. But it's definitely something that you don't want to do in terms of trying someone who's unexperienced, and that's not something you want to do. So Aaron Finch is gone. He got out as we were speaking, and Pat Cummins will be on strike. The new batter is always on strike now. Even if the batsmen cross, it doesn't matter. And he'll be on strike to Joseph. He's got his second wicket. He bowls to Cummins, and Cummins drives, and this one passes outside edge for no run, and straight to the keeper. John, you say the thing that will make this T20 World Cup interesting is that it is very early in the Aussie season. Weather conditions are cool and there rain. Yes, it'll be an interesting T20 World Cup. That's for sure. Unpredictable. You think Australia are favourites. India, question marks over their bowling without Bumrah now. And South Africa, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, England, New Zealand. So there's a lot of teams that can challenge for that T20 World Cup this summer. Han says, so will Australia just throw a guy in to replace Lyon, even if the new guy is garbage, simply because he is a spinner? Well, probably they will. You can't replace Nathan Lyon. That's the thing. You can't replace someone who's taken 400 test wickets. As Joseph bowls to Cummins, and this is driven through the covers from Cummins for a couple of runs, and he gets off the mark as Australia move on to 6 for 129. Yeah, they'll probably do that. Other options, who do you got? Well, you got Mitchell Swepson. And that's about it, really. I can't think of anyone else. But I think that's how the selectors will go about it, I think. As Joseph bowls to Cummins, this is driven back down the ground for a single to mid-on. Jason Holder does the fielding. Yes, say cooler conditions, rain and swing. Chris Woakes might actually take a wicket away from home. Well, he might. Be interesting to see how he goes in this T20 World Cup. Chris Woakes coming back from injury and did quite well in the Pakistan series. I think he had an okay series when he played. So he'll be hoping to take some wickets if he can for England. And that'll be the question for England. Can they take wickets with their bowling? Their batting's pretty good. Can they defend it? That'll be the next question. As Joseph bowls to Wade, and this one's outside the off stump, way outside the off stump. It's called a wide. Hahn says England would have been better off just having batsmen bowl the spin instead of picking useless spinners, players like Leach and Bess. Well, he has improved a little bit, Jack Leach. Definitely in the series against New Zealand, India, and South Africa. He's gotten better. He's improving. Probably having Ben Stokes as a captain rather than Joe Root as captain, probably having more belief in him as a spinner and giving him more confidence. As that's the end of the over. That one, Matthew Wade tried to pull it and got him in the stomach there. So that's going to leave a mark. That's going to be a bit tender in the morning. And that's the end of the over. It's 6 for 131. We've got 2 overs remaining. And Australia on track to get the total of 146 runs. Han, you say Leach is a use up the overs kind of spinner rather than a go and get me a wicket type spinner. Yeah, well, Joe Root sort of didn't really use him well, I don't think, at the Ashes. It was more defensive fields with him and trying to keep the runs down, whereas with Ben Stokes is a bit different in terms of how England are approaching their Test cricket at the moment in terms of baseball. And Dr. Jihan, you say closer game than I thought it will be in the end. Well, yes, it is close. 15 off 12. You think Australia should finish the job. As Smith comes back, he bowls to Cummins. This is defended, and there's no run. Shouldn't have been a lot closer than it is, given that Australia batted a bit poorly at the start, losing those wickets. Maxwell again was disappointing. Tim David didn't need to play a shot like that. Hit it straight up the air, and the fielder caught it. Mitchell Marsh driving at a ball that he shouldn't have driven at, got the outside edge, and David Warner was a bit disappointing there as well. Cummins, this is high in the air. There's 3 West Indian fielders, and the ball lands in the middle of them. So Cummins, he gets a single. 14 off 10 now. Jihan, you say Wokes might get some conditions that suit him. It's still quite early season, spring in Australia. Well, he is a swinger of the ball, and he'll be hoping to swing that new Kookaburra ball for however long it will swing. And that's the criticism about the Kookaburra ball, that it doesn't really do much after a while. But let's see what happens to this T20 World Cup with the batch of balls that they've selected for this tournament. It'd be interesting to see how they go about things there. As Smith bowls to Wade, and Wade guides this behind square on the legs, behind square on the offside for a single. He's on 32 now. 13 off 9 for Australia. 1 over remaining. We've got 3 balls left. Australia need 13 runs. This is, well, could there be a twist and a turn in the match? It's getting a bit close. Australia would like to finish it off in the 19th over and then have not many runs to chase in the final over of the match. Oh, he's bowled him. He's gone. And Smith has gotten rid of Pat Cummins. And Australia is 7 down for 133. The West Indies, they're not giving up yet. There's still hope. And Cummins. Yep, that one hitting the stumps, and that is the end of his night. So Pat Cummins is gone. It is 7 for 133. 1 over remaining, 2 balls left. Well, the West Indies, can they do something? Can they cause an upset? It looks possible. You would think that we need to get rid of Matthew Wade to achieve that, given Matthew Wade's finishing skills. Jihan says, Pat Cummins lost the plot there. Well, yeah, it was a big swing from him. He probably didn't need to do that. Probably get off strike, get Wade on strike. Probably Pat Cummins thought, well, I just hit a boundary here and see what we can do. Mitchell Starc is the new batter at the crease. Australia need 13 off the last 2 overs. And Mitchell Starc, what can he do? He needs to get Matthew Wade off strike or hit a boundary. Jihan, you say Wade didn't look happy at that shot. No, he didn't. I think he threw his bat up in the air at the non-striker's end. Matthew Wade, not happy at all. I don't think Pat Cummins needed to do that. Here we go. Smith to Starc. Smith bowls a wide delivery outside off stump. Swing and a miss from Starc. Okay, 13 off 7. Han, you say, I would be embarrassed to be a specialist spinner and have part-timers like Moeen Ali and Liam Livingstone be better bowlers. Well, they're not bad, are they? Livingstone and Ali. They can get you those wickets if needed. All right. 1 ball left of the 19th over. This match is going down to the wire. Starc, here we go. He swings down the ground. Will he pick up a couple of runs? He will. It's a good over from Smith. That's his last over of the match. 3 overs, 1 for 17. Oh, sorry. It's going to be 1 for 19, I think, because they ran 2 there. Aaron Finch. Looking a bit concerned. So at the end of the over, two runs to finish the over. It's 7 for 135. We've got 1 over left of this match. It's 11 off 6, as Han Solo says, 11 off 6. And Sheldon Cottrell bowled the last over. Now, people in the chat who have joined us, who's going to win this match? You would think with Matthew Wade at the crease, you would think Australia will win this match. If the West Indies get him out here, then you've got Adam Zampa and Josh Hazelwood to get you 11 runs. So this is the big moment in this match. They have to get Matthew Wade out, the West Indies. It's been good from the West Indies. It's been good from them. They've been fighting hard. They've stuck at it. Everyone thought it was just going to be a, straightforward win for Australia. That hasn't been the case. Han says, how's he going to bowl this? Yorkers? Well, I think that's the plan, Han. You got to bowl a good Yorker at the feet. A wide Yorker. We don't see too many bowlers do that. He's got protection. The field's out. He's got a few men inside the circle. He's got a man out on the offside deep, around about a deep point. And here else we got? We got a deep square leg, a short fine leg, I think. Here we go. Cottrell to Wade. He bowls and Wade pulls this and it's racing to the boundary for 4. That's what Australia needed. The pressure's been released. And Matthew Wade, that's what he needed to do. It's now 7 off 5. That was a poor delivery from Cottrell. Didn't go over the Yorker that time, Han, I don't think. Poor delivery. That was short, and he just pulled it past short fine leg for a boundary. Han says it's done now. Pretty much it is, Han. The West Indies blew it. That was their opportunity there. Let's just release the pressure. Now it's 7 off 5, and Australia can just hit a 6. John says, maybe a loss might be a wake-up call we need. Well, yes, it looks unlikely now with that boundary from Wade. But Australia, definitely some areas of improvement heading into game 2 and then against England. Tonight's batting was a bit poor, if we have to say that. Oswayas Saeed said first boundary, much needed now. Well, that's already happened. Matthew Wade's already hit that first boundary. And released the pressure. Hahn says a couple of dot balls to start the over and it would be game on. Yes, as Cottrell bowls to Wade. Oh, he's put it down. It was high in the air and, Reefer dropped the catch and Wade gets 2. And Australia need 5 off 4. Well, it was high in the air for an eternity. Into the night sky here on the Gold Coast. And, he had it and it boggled out. Well, Reefer, he needed to take that catch. They need to get Matthew Wade out. And then you never know with the tail enders. Anyway, he's dropped the catch. And this time, it's a single. And Wade works it to the offside to deep point for a single, or deep backward point for a single. And Mitchell Starc's on strike. It's 4 off 3. Hahn, you say, why do players try these super slower balls in the death to an actual batsman? It's only fools tell enders. Well, yes, you want to ball your best ball to the specialist batter, and the West Indies haven't done that. Where was the Yorker? There was no Yorker there. Poor deliveries here from Cottrell. And they should have taken that catch. Reefer was underneath it, and he was in, and then it was out. He nearly got it back on the rebound. It hit his thigh. Unfortunately, he could not get it back on the rebound. John, you say super over? Let's hope not. Well, it would be exciting. We haven't had a super over for a while. Rennell, where are you? You usually call for the super over, Rennell. Could this be the night that wish comes true? Now then, Cottrell bowls to Starc. It's high in the air. Fielder's underneath it. Oh, he's dropped it again. Or he did not quite reach it. Let's have a look at the replay. But 2 runs. It's now 2 off 2. It's a runner ball. Mitchell Starc went for the big shot. Did not time it at all. And yet again, the West Indies miss an opportunity. High in the air. Could have been taken. Let's have a look. The fielder was coming around. And he got a fingertip to it again. A fingertip on that ball. And Cottrell's saying, what are you doing? Should have taken the catch. It was Reefer again. That's 2 chances he's put down. Han says, Gabe has been coaching the West Indies, and Jihan says Gabe would be losing his mind at this point. Jihan, I couldn't agree more. He would be. He will be screaming and ranting as we speak if he was live streaming today's match. The West Indies, 2 opportunities to get Starc and to get Wade. And I think it was Reefer who's put down 2 chances. The second one was a fingertipper. The other one was definitely in the hands, and it boggled out. Hans says he's playing like a smoked Reefer. As Cottrell bowls to Starc. Starc hits this into the offside. Will they run to? A run out's on here, is it? No. A collision. They'll come back for the second, and that's the end of the game. And Australia win by 3 wickets. It wasn't a convincing victory in the end, but they get the job done. A bit of confusion on the penultimate ball of the over, or the last ball of the innings and of the match. And Australia win by 3 wickets. And, it was all happening there for a while there. Let's have a look at the replay. And the last ball The last few runs, a collision from Starc and Charles. He gets in for the second run in the end, and Australia get the job done. And Aaron Finch clapping. He's happy, the skipper. He had a good innings himself. Well, there we have it. Australia win by 3 wickets. They lead the series 1-0. And, well, it could have been a lot easier, this game, than it was. Hahn says those drops in the last over were criminal. They were. Catches win matches, as we say. You got to take those catches. Unfortunately for the West Indies, 3 opportunities went begging. So Australia won by 3 wickets. Australia lead the series 1-0. And, yeah, well, it was a close game in the end. Australia managed to get the job done and win the first game here on the Gold Coast by 3 wickets. And John Weir says, missed it by that much. Yes, to quote Maxwell Smart from Get Smart, I missed it by that much. Yep, and that's what those catches there, you did miss them by that much. And Jihan says, really scrappy from both sides. Yes, it wasn't a clinical performance, if we can say that, from both sides tonight. Australia have a lot of questions. Their batting at the start was poor, lost some wickets that they shouldn't have lost. The bowling was good. They were able to pick up wickets at regular intervals, put the West Indies under pressure. Australia would have been happy to chase down 146. In the end, they have got the job done. And Matthew Wade, good to see him finishing the job again for Australia. He's had a great time of it finishing the innings. And great to see him finish off the job. Jihan says, why didn't the keeper throw the ball there? Well, yeah, he should have. You know, you have nothing to lose there. You're right in front of the stumps. You have a good line of sight. Unfortunately, the pressure and of that pretty much caused him to hold on to the ball. But in the end, the West Indies batted first, made 9 for 145 from their 20 overs. Kyle Mayers was the top scorer with 39. Australia won by 3 wickets. They chased down the runs, 7 for 146. Finch, top scorer with 58. And Matthew Wade getting the job done again with 39 not out, finishing the job. And Australia lead the series 1-0 with the best of 2. With one more game to be played. That will be on Friday at the Gabba. And hopefully we have a bigger crowd for that game, as we did for tonight's game, which wasn't a big crowd at all at Metricon Stadium. Well, there we have it. Australia win by 3 wickets. Not a convincing victory. You have to say, as Jihan alluded to, very scrappy. Not a clinical performance by both teams by any stretch of the imagination. Yeah, very scrappy, very some areas to improve on for Australia, that's for sure. And that's good. You know, you want to have some problems and you want to have some solutions to those problems. So for Australia, their performance tonight, they got the job done. That's the main thing. Doesn't matter how you win, how much you win by. 3 wickets, that's a close winning margin, but they won in the end, so that all that matters. John, you say, don't worry, Jihan, still on for the whitewash. Well, yes, Australia look firm favourites to do that. Jihan, you says, yep, it will be the second whitewash of the summer. Well, it would be. Australia did win against New Zealand 3-0 in the ODI series. Could be another 2-0, well, another clean sweep for them in this series against the West Indies, the short series. So there we go. The West Indies did quite well. Good to see them be competitive. They tested Australia. They got wickets. The batting started well. And then it fell away a bit towards the end. So for the West Indies, there's a lot of work for them to do, a lot of work for Australia to do. I think they'll have honest conversations about how they went today. which is, we bowled okay. The batting could have been a lot better. And shot selection let Australia down in some departments of this match today, especially Glenn Maxwell and Tim David, who played some poor shots. Jihan, you say batting collapse was a bit worrying for Australia. Maybe they need Smith. Well, yes. Well, he didn't play tonight. And Aaron Finch batted at number 4. So maybe Australia do need Steve Smith in this T20 side. But you have a lot of people that say he should not be in the side, given his form and how he plays T20 cricket. But as we saw tonight, he can be the anchor role. And Australia, again, losing wickets. This is what happened in India. The loss of wickets and momentum. So it really hurt Australia tonight. Luckily, they didn't lose the game. Unfortunately, they got to do a bit better in game 2. So we're about to see the presentation and see who's the man, or should I say the player of the match, I should say. Will it be Matthew Wade? I think it will be. He was there at the end, got Australia over the line. So probably he will be the player of the match this evening. Yet again, getting the job done. So good signs for Australia that Matthew Wade's really doing well in terms of finishing off the innings and getting the job done. Not a clinical performance by Australia this evening. So for the West Indies, as I said, they did quite well to stay in this match. And those drop catches were their problem. Unfortunately, they couldn't hold on to that at the end of the match there. Han, you say, I have to go now. Thanks for the great stream, Jack. No worries, Han. Great to talk to you as always. Hope to see you on Friday for the next stream. That will be on Friday for the second game at the Gabba. So take care, Han. Hope you enjoy your day and hope to see you back on Friday if you can join us. And thank you to everyone joining us today for this first of 2 games against the West Indies and Australia. Australia winning by 3 wickets in the end, which was a clinical, not a clinical performance, but a scrappy performance, you have to say. John, you say how we select against England will be more telling. Yes, that series will be very competitive compared to this series against the West Indies. But yes, it'll be interesting to see how Australia go about that. I think Marcus Stoinis is expected to come back. So Australia will have their full T20 World Cup squad for that series against England, hopefully. Because, Marcus Stoinis, he's been out. He's got to play some cricket. You don't want him to be overdone or underdone, I should say, going into the T20 World Cup. But there's a lot of questions for Australia tonight that need to be answered. Batting collapse again. That's what happened in India. We've got to stop those collapses. The top order's got to do their job. We can't rely on Matthew Wade all the time to get us out of a jam. And that's what he did this evening. He did it very well. Pretty much in the end, a victory for Australia. Aaron Finch will be pleased. He got into the runs. So he will keep the pressure off his back for another few games and weeks heading into the T20 World Cup. But good to see him scoring some runs. I think that was a positive tonight for him. Positive, Matthew Wade getting the job done again, finishing the innings off. So a lot of positives for Australia in some departments. The bowling was good. The batting was a bit poor at times. The West Indies will be disappointed about how they bowled towards the end. They got it wrong. Dropped catches. Poor deliveries, didn't quite bowl well, and they could have won this match. So for the West Indies, I think they'll take tremendous belief and confidence going into the next game that we can really be competitive and hopefully challenge Australia in the next game. That's their goal as they try and work towards the T20 World Cup next in a few weeks' time. But yes, it's been an enjoyable stream. And thank you to everyone who's joined us over the 4 hours. It's gone quick. When you're having fun, time always seems to go faster and you don't really notice it. So, Yeah, thank you to everyone who's liked the stream. 39 likes, which was fantastic. 396 subscribers we're on now, so we've gained a few subscribers tonight. Really appreciate that. Hopefully, we can cross that 400 mark for the next game on Friday. But it's been great as always, everyone. Renell, you say good game. Yes, it was, Renell. It was a good game in the end. Both teams were a bit scrappy. Not a polished performance for both teams, but I think both teams will take a lot out of this game going into game 2. John, you say, I think someone will read the riot act to Australia tomorrow. Well, I think they'll have an honest conversation. I think you've got to be honest about the performance. That's how you get better. That's how you learn. Be honest, we didn't quite bat well. Finch and Wade batted well. We bowled well, but some batters, they need some runs. Like Glenn Maxwell tonight, disappointing again. Having a look at his dismissal on replay now, a nothing shot straight up in the air and gets caught. He's got to be a bit better than that, Glenn. There's some pressure on him. Tim David played a shot that he shouldn't have played, hit it straight down deep square legs throat. So there's a lot of questions for Australia to answer, John, and they really got to get better. And but it was good to see Matthew Wade get the job done, and him and Finch tonight, good signs for Australia with the batting. The other batters got some questions to ask themselves, and a bit of soul searching heading into the last game of this series on Friday. Renell, you says thanks. Renell, you say thanks for the stream. No worries, Renell. Hope you enjoyed it. It was great to see you here. Hopefully, you will have some confidence, Renell, about the West Indies. You know, they showed some promise. They fought well. Just a few areas let them down tonight. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed the stream, Renell. Thank you so much. I hope to see you on Friday again for game number 2, if you can join us. And yeah, I think that will just about do us for tonight, everyone. Thank you for joining us. It's been a great live stream for the past 4 hours, and good to talk cricket with all of you. And yeah, it's been great. A reminder about what's going to happen on Friday. We're going to be live streaming the second game of the series, Australia and the West Indies, the second T20 from the Gabba. We won't be live streaming the full match. So I'll be live streaming only the second innings of the match. The timings for that will be on our YouTube channel. So make sure you subscribe, click the bell so you don't miss out on the notifications when we go live. So you can come and join us and have a good discussion about cricket and have some fun. So we'll be doing that for the second game, second innings, second game, everyone, on Friday at the Gabba for the West Indies and Australia this series. So that's the plan for Friday. John says, cheers and good night. Good night, John. Hope you have a good night, and hope to see you back on Friday if you can join us, John. Great chatting to you as always. Renell, you say I have 2% confidence, but definitely a good game. Yeah. And you also say, Renell, Friday, I'll see if I'll be up. Well, yeah, obviously it's early hours of the morning for you, Renell, over there, but hopefully if you can join us, you can join us. If not, that's okay. But thanks, everyone, for joining us. Thanks for everything. Thanks for subscribing. Before we go, make sure you subscribe to the channel. It really does help. Make sure you like the stream as well. Support us. Grow the community. That's what we want to do. Make sure you click the bell so you don't miss out on these live streams, which are tremendous fun. And we talk about cricket and we have a great time. So until next time, everyone, keep safe and bye for now.